All right, you guys, welcome back to Run Pack Does D&D, episode 13. Let's get into it. Last time, we opened in the Lady of Pain's throne room, where she hired us for a quest to go to a plane called Weft and find a suspect who she believes may have stolen her architect, a magic item which, in fact, we know who stole. In return for this, we would get a new magic item which would allow us to transport to any plane of our desire. It's a pretty good magic item. So we agreed. We learned a little bit more about Weft. Then we set out to prepare. Dulam got the Lady of Pain to sign its Lady of Pain poster.
Yeah.
Number one fan.
As we all left to shop for the day, first, Oro had an idea of how to repair Samir and by trying the battery in his shop, which worked, but it only repaired his head. So then Oro and Deimos spent the rest of the day putting Samir's head back on his body. Dulam and Hire went to see Grimwalk, who had started a fund for Samir's recovery. There they bought bread for our trip, and Dulam's alarm went off at random, causing it to run away in bodily shame. Malagus stormed into Samir's shop with Tufto in tow, demonstrating that he could not stun Tufto. However, he still could stun me. Malagus then attempted to stun Deimos, and they both froze, so apparently it has something to do with alignment.
Get him, boys. He's vulnerable.
Samir got really upset over the implication that his son Deimos wasn't a virgin. Meanwhile, Dulam and Hire bought Dulam some clothes. A red robe.
It's clothes.
Samir, angry baked in his room. We decided to name ourselves Dulam and the Lost and Founds.
Oh, yeah.
Samir, also gave us a 9% discount on all his goods, which feels low, given that we just saved his life.
The
But
highest he's ever
high,
given.
It's the highest
given
he's
that
ever
we got
given.
him killed. Hire played around with Tick some. Orpheus and Samir had sort of a deep talk about child raising, where Samir said he would forgive Deimos pretty much no matter what, including if he'd killed Orpheus. Orpheus, of course, thinking about the fact that his squire had recently killed Samir, and Oro threw out his squire for good. Meanwhile, Aether told Hire that Aethera was under attack, and that Tick was critical and important to their world, and that Aether will send more people out from her world for him to take care of.
Great.
We went to sleep. During the night, Dulam noticed that at one point Samir woke up and just sort of watched everyone sleep for like 10 minutes. Malagus woke up around 5 a.m., stretched out, wandered to the window, and just sort of looked out. He waved Dulam over and pointed at the lower gate, where you could see the entrance we had taken to the Lady of Pain's palace, which was still there even though the nightly tide had risen. It was only underwater. Samir set up a little coffee stand for us. We went to meet Flexi, who had the item that would bring us to the Weft for our mission. Hire and Deimos had a very sensitive making up conversation with the bouncer, while Dulam and Orpheus broke into the restaurant pretending to be cops. The bouncer host guy, who we learned is named Duradid, really wants to fuck Deimos. We got the cubic gate, which would take us to the Weft from Flexi. Meanwhile, we also learned Samir used to work for Flexi as a cook, confirming that Samir is Mason's self-insert. Deimos bought a feather fall scroll, and we left to the Weft. In the Weft, we found a bleak world of slate stone with these huge, almost fjord-like ravines cutting up the land perpendicular from the far-off coast. We received some traveling mutations. I had fallen breath, and I think Deimos had like broken lungs, so we had to stay far apart. The Weft is a place that seems barely alive, a liminal space between planes. The terrain felt alien, an unrelenting expanse of jagged black rocks that rose like broken ribs from the ground. Deep pools of brackish, pitch black water lay between these huge outcroppings, and huge arched ridges lined the coast. There was an ever-present sound of buzzing flies, yet we could see no visible insects. And there are clean, human-sized holes which dot the surface. They look almost carved, and cold, dry air comes up through them. Wind whips all around. Additionally, big black worms about the size of a hand slither around, and large birds prowl the ridges in the distance. In the distance, Hire can see the significant curvature of the planet, implying its small size, as well as a teeny tiny village in the distance along the coastline with tiny houses dotting it. We passed the first few days of climbing with no major problems, but we didn't make it quite as far as we would have wanted. We learned that darkness falls fast and hard here. And when darkness falls, we see lights from the village as well as campfires dotting the horizon. On our first night, we decided to sew our tents together into a permanent mega tent.
Mega tent.
During Dulam and I's watch, we could see a ridge closer to the coast with a big spider-like creature. It didn't seem hostile, but was running very strangely, and surrounding its head was a halo of blue flies, which hummed around it and danced in a circle. On the second watch, Malagus and Hire took watch. Malagus was asking Hire questions about his god, and just in general being oddly nice. The buzzing of flies around Hire and Malagus became louder and louder, though we strangely couldn't see the flies, even as they filled our tent. Very disturbing. On the second day, the climbing went well. We saw 2 human-sized vultures, each with halos of flies that didn't seem to react to us. On the second night, we brought Megatent back, but this time with some additions by our resident architect. We got a sort of fireplace in the center of the tent, somewhat igloo-like, and a netted chimney to allow smoke out. We were hoping this fire would dissuade bugs, thinking maybe that was why we saw so many other fires in the distance. The first watch was me, Malagus, and Dulam. Dulam wasn't present at first, though, so Malagus and I sort of talked about how we could help Dulam on its personal journey. Then Malagus told Dulam and I about the ocean, as neither of us had seen it before. We heard a freaky fucking whispering that was coming out of one of the giant holes. Malagus seemed almost compelled by it and stood at the hole as a transparent, glittering pseudopod creeped out of the hole behind Malagus, very ghost-like. But we jerked him away from it and went back to the tent to hide. The second watch was Hire, Deimos, and Dulam. Dulam perceived a sudden and pure silence where the flies buzzing around suddenly stopped and left complete quiet. The first time in days any of us had heard complete quiet. Dulam then left the tent to find a faint, translucent mist curling across the ground. The strange haze slowly drifted by, accompanied by oppressive quiet. It also seems to be coming out of holes in the ground. The next morning, Deimos heated up our bread as we ate breakfast. During our final climb, Deimos's pittons broke and were lost, but we were able to get him the rest of the way up. On the cliffside, we could see a skeleton still clutching broken climbing gear, wedged into a small ledge. Then we finally came to a tent town, and beyond it, the ocean. This town was named Alms, and it is a precious haven. It is a cluster of animal hide tents. Everything there was made out of animal remains, leather, bones, feathers, implying there's no other building equipment around. Everything sparkled with salt crystals. The shoreline itself was a bleak strip of gray sand leading to a turbulent ocean. The town exuded a sort of mournful beauty, with every tent adorned with intricate paintings. There was basically any possible resource this planet had to offer had been reused as art supplies in one way or another. There were about 16 tents total with no more than 60 people, and these paintings showed everything from heroic myths to haunting hallucinations, including some of the freaky white tentacle creature. The community,
Thank God.
What was the tentacle doing? There was no wood, so people struggled to create a traditional fire to cook, but there was just enough animal fat for their nightly bonfire. The people all left their tents to gaze upon us. They looked hardy, with slow but deliberate movements. Each villager was surrounded by their own crown of glowing blue flies. These people look human and watch us with seemingly intelligent eyes and are even speaking to each other. But the blue companions make them seem slightly off. They're all suspicious of us as outsiders. And we left off as a tall, imposing woman who was gaunt and underfed approached us with a blue fly aura, pulsing faintly. And that brings us up to date.
Right,
Whoa.
so welcome back, Runts. So, as Maisie just gave the recap, the group of you have now made your way into Alms, the one, at least reference, town, more like a tribe located in the Weft. This place is dim. It is just absolutely filled to the brim with folks on the verge of death. You are surrounded by hunger, by dreariness, cold weather, and dark, depraved skies. Yet, again, as Maisie mentioned, surrounding you is a brief bit of light, artwork, surrounding every tent, scattered across the stones nearby. Even along the beach in the distance, you see sand castles and pieces of sand art likely made this very day, considering the tides would sweep it away every eve. You are approached now by what you would imagine is some sort of face of the town. This looks to be a village elder, perhaps, or some sort of leader of the tribe, for the way she carries herself is graceful yet stern. This woman that approaches you has sunken-in cheeks and even deeper sunken eyes. She looks to you with this sort of distrust, perhaps distaste, and you see circling above her head is this beautiful halo of blue flies that dance in a quick circle. Looking around you now, every individual in this town that you can see has these blue flies hovering above their head, circling quickly. The townsfolk here, the little tribesmen, all look towards you with suspicion. They seem to be doing daily tasks, skinning what look to be large animals. You see hides set out and taped up. Lots of rope work used to create larger tents or perhaps hold down items from heavy winds that seem to buffet the tent town every once in a while. The woman that approaches you speaks firm. Her words are precise and common, slightly accented as she seems to demand something of you. What brings you here?
My lady,
Identify
we've come...
yourselves.
Well, it is I, Sir Orpheus, but our party goes by the name Dulam and the Lost Boys. Nope, that's not it. It's Dulam and the Lost and Found. Yes, Dulam and the Lost and Found. We've come in search of someone.
This is Dulam. I point at Dulam.
Hello.
From what tribe do you hail?
We're
Sir
from
Cad.
the city, yes. We're searching for Frederick Stavin.
The elder's eyes slightly widen as she sort of takes in the breath of your group, looking at each of you, and you notice as her eyes sort of follow on each one of you, looking you up and down. Specifically, you notice she's looking for weapons, instruments of destruction, and as well looking right above your heads to see if you have a little halo of blue glowing flies. She doesn't see anything that strikes her as an immediate threat, though, and you see her hand wisp its way as if beckoning you toward her.
I bow so
perch.
crisply.
Oh.
So practiced.
Orpheus gives a deep bow. You come back up. The elder, again, sort of gestures for you to step toward her.
I'll step in.
Okay. She waits for a moment and sees if anyone else follows.
Follow.
Me.
Okay. You guys crowd in, with this woman, and now that you're closer, the buzzing in the air seems to get louder as you hear the flies above her head circle quickly. A loud humming sound that fills the entire campsite here. She speaks sort of quietly now in a hushed voice with you all brought together almost like a little huddle, seemingly keeping her voice from reaching the rest of the villagers here. She says, so you are then associated with the gentleman that came in earlier today.
I don't believe we are. No, we're not. We're here on behalf of the Lady of Pain from Surcad.
I see. Right this way, then. And she briskly turns around and starts walking.
I follow footstep for footstep.
You guys follow. She sort of drops her step a moment to sort of be in line with you all and begins discussing something. You notice the way she moves is not exactly that of a matronly leader, as you've sort of come to expect from some of the leaders you've met so far. She seems to be sickly, perhaps, a bit cold, and moves raggedly, like somebody perhaps on the street that you would know in Surcad, or perhaps in the material plane. Her clothing is animal hide, and it looks very poorly put together. You're surrounded by what is fairly impressive artwork, though it is all done in monotone colors of what they can find around here. A lot of reds, a lot of deep browns and blacks, and so too all of the clothing here is a similar dark, muted shade. The woman before you wears something of the like, a sort of brown tunic with a long, heavy, what looks to be some sort of trouser that's puffy and looks to have some sort of warming feature. Her hands are withered and gray, so too her skin is also gray, and she sort of speaks to you as she walks. We don't get outsiders here much. It is a pleasure. My name is Vama.
Thank
pleasure
you
on our
for
part, Vama.
introducing us to your wonderful city.
Not a city in the slightest. This here is our little commune. I wouldn't call it much more than a tribe. There are many neighboring tribes around here that are dangerous. We look to avoid them, and the outsiders are met with suspicion for their association, though you all look to be from another plane, as you just identified yourselves as. It is obvious your clothing, your fit, your stature, you are all well fed. That enough is evidence.
I flex a little.
We have some extra rations if that's a problem here,
She sort of holds a finger up to her mouth. Hush, we shall discuss it inside.
Okay.
Wandering ears. She gestures around. You notice the rest of the little tribe here, no more than, again, 30 people that you can see right now, are all watching you with eyed suspicion. All of them have stopped what they're doing. You don't see a single person working on whatever they were not 10 minutes ago. Everyone has literally their tools of trade held in hand as they watch you go by. Artists in mid-paint stroke against the side of tents. You see tanners with carving utensils halfway through a large bird's hide, watching you intently.
Nightmare.
They too
Also
all have
just
these
salute
glowing
and
flies.
smile at anyone who I make eye contact with.
The second you make eye contact with any of them, they avert their gaze, looking off in the distance or back in their crafts. No one seems to be engaging with what you're doing here. Vama continues. Perhaps we could borrow some rations from you. That would be nice. Not to be so proactive, but you said you were sent here by the Lady of Pain?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yes, well, if you wouldn't mind, I would love a, And she looks toward each of you now and goes, listen, this place is a proverbial dumping ground for a lot of planes. They send their trash here to die or, well, be wiped out by the harsh environment. You wouldn't be, perhaps, prisoners sent here?
No, we were sent to rescue. I hope we're not prisoners.
No, we're not prisoners. We're something of heroes, actually. She sent us on an important mission.
Well, that is good, I see. We'd be happy to welcome you to Alms as members of the community. It's just some folks come here with rage. They are upset by their punishment and seek to destroy this place, but I want to make sure ahead of time. And she looks at you very suspiciously. Oro, can you give me a persuasion check?
Yeah, baby. Is it at advantage? Because my friends love me so much.
Maybe.
I don't think I heard anyone say anything there.
Help, help,
Yeah!
help.
I rolled a 19. I go ahead and pop up my goggles that are staring in my honest brown eyes.
No, God, put those away.
The fucking honest brown eyes.
You asked for more character description, dude.
No, I like it. I like it. This is it. I like it. All right. She looks at you, eyes you again, then turns around and goes, "Well, if you don't know of our tribes and our customs here, it is, I suppose, my duty to inform you. You see, Alms is a place of very little trade, very little food, and even less comfort. We hunt with crude weapons made from stone. There is no wood here, so what little fires we have are made from animal fat and burn with a horrible stench." She gestures now down to the beachfront, which you notice you're all walking towards, and you see there is a bonfire being set up, looks like for the evening there. And sure enough, as Vama has just explained, there are these huge chunks of animal fat and all sorts of, looks like pieces of broken animal that imply some sort of misuse or unable to go any further, and they're being burned here just to remove the leftover space. Effectively, garbage is being burned here.
Trash bonfire.
There's very little edible flora, and we struggle daily to find food. But despite this, our people are brave and strong and intelligent and, well, connected. And she looks up at you with this very odd-looking grin.
Can I ask where you source the meat from?
Well, we have to eat the boulder birds, which are not tasty, but they do, and the insects. The chitin is hard to get through, but we are able to get by on the insides. Sometimes, if lucky, we can find a fish or two in the ocean, but very few living things reside in that salty abyss.
Well, personally, I think you guys have made, a pretty good home here, so...
Oh, salted slugs. Did I mention salted slugs? That is that's a delicacy around here.
I suppose you've got lots of salt to go around.
Correct. It comes from the ocean. In fact, most of our food is salted. Sort of by choice. It's a nice flavor. You notice as she's sort of looking to you, you get a better look at her hooded eyes under those sunken-in eyebrow ridges, and she has glassy eyes, almost like cataracts. It looks sort of like how Father Luces looks.
Oh, no.
But does she still seem to be, tracking us with them?
She's watching you pretty intently. You can tell she can definitely see out of them. They look glassy and, almost like there's a deadness behind them. But she looks bright enough. Okay.
So, who is this man you mentioned earlier? Someone else came here from one of the other tribes?
No, they came from a nearby dimension, looking for answers. I assumed that he was with you, considering you came here wearing similar clothes of fine stature, full bellies, and what looks like weapons and gear.
No.
People sort of have a hard time escaping from our plane. I'm surprised someone else made it out here.
Look around. Is this a place you'd really want to escape to?
I mean, I think all planes have their stuff.
We are visited often by traveling wizards or barbarians or fighters looking to meet their mettle here, and all of them leave once they realize the cold evenings and the horrific eating conditions. We lose probably about half the tribe to starvation every year.
Well, the ones that stay must be very brave.
You'll find your stay here will be likely unpleasant, but look at the innovation it breeds. And she gestures around now as you walk through the city. Or city is again the wrong word. It's really more like a village of tribes people.
Commune.
Tents mostly. Yeah, a commune. That's a great description. Look at the artwork it brings. In fact, we once started as a small group of artists many generations ago. Of course, I don't know our forefathers, but as I was told in the tablets we have, they all were of the artisanal value, masters of their craft.
Your town is still known as a town of artists in Surkad.
We are still known at all? I'm surprised history has deemed us worthy. She
Well,
sort of scoffs at that.
I think you have some very impressive achievements going on. You know, the fact that you can make art despite how hard it is to live here.
Thank you, little rabbit.
I'll take it. How long have you lived here?
All my life, of course. Once you enter this place without a ticket home, you don't leave.
So you're born here?
That's correct.
See?
Whoa.
As of now, I'm the oldest living member of the Alms community, which of course makes me the de facto leader, which I've, of course, never signed up for.
So who exactly is this guy? You're saying he's from Surkad as well?
That's what he told me, yes. He's here on some scientific research. I can't explain it. We don't have much time here for that kind of work.
Oh god, I hope it's not Zavrix.
His name's not Samir, is it? Oh, or Zavrix.
She sighs now and looks at you glumly. If you want to guess, you can go ahead and waste my time.
Could we have maybe like a species? Like that might be helpful.
Or maybe just an introduction.
This tent right here, and she stops now in front of the furthest tent from the mountains themselves. Here on the beachfront, you hear the simple lapping of water up against the shoreline. You look out now and see that this is basically the beachfront property of this little tent town, Alms. The tent that she stops in front of is no better or bigger than any of the others. It still has nice artwork on the side, all very abstract lines and shapes of fine colors. And you look out at the beach, you can see the simple sand and the endless expanse of blackened water.
Well, kinda nice here.
The sun is setting, and you see what looks to be a distant twinkle of some sort of city lights, perhaps, on the very end of the water in front of you. In fact, now that you have flatness in front of you, you can see the curvature of this planet. It's an odd sensation being able to literally see the curve down, but there seems to be something on the other side, far, far many miles away. Vama points at the tent and goes, "This is mine. I reside here, and I have invited the stranger to stay. You are welcome to step in now." And she pulls aside one of the tent flaps to reveal a dimly lit interior.
Yeah, Hire goes for a dagger, just like in his pocket, just ready for who it might be.
Okay, you've got a dagger out. Hire, do you want to step through first?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, Hire, the open tent flap is in front of you now. You're looking in, and it's dimly lit. The woman, the tall woman named Vama, who holds it open, looks at you with dreary eyes. What would you like to do?
I would like to go into the tent, please.
Okay, you're holding a dagger in your hand, and you creep in slowly. It takes your eyes a minute to adjust to the darkness in here. You notice there's no torchlight in here at all. You're sort of working with the late afternoon, early evening sunlight that just sort of dribbles in through the heavy canvas and animal hide tarps that line the outside of this tent. As you make your way in, you see what looks to be a shallow table built into the ground with some slate work around it, like it was carved out of stone. You see some simple some simple chairs, and you spot an enormous figure in this room who looks back at you with sort of a dumbfounded surprise. Please welcome back Jaya.
I casting my dagger to the side and we're going in for the hug, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, the classic Hire hug.
Jaya at first looks a little confused. Why? It hasn't been that long for a hug now, has it?
I mean, it's been like a few, like...
For Hire, it's been weeks.
It's been a few weeks.
It's been weeks?
Yeah.
Oh, well, I mean, for me, it's been like a day at most.
A day at most?
A day at most. Deimos. Oh my god, we have a new friend. Meet Deimos.
Oh,
Hello there.
hello. Nice to meet you. My name is Jaya. I So I heard a few things down on the streets. And since nobody here cares for gravy like I do, I decided it was time for me to look into this youngin' a little bit more. So that's why I'm here.
Well, after everything we've been through, I think even I'd like to see Gravy at this point. Where is Gravy?
Yes, as a response to that, you guys hear a meow come from the corner of this room as a sort of laying down on the slate and partial sand.
Gravy! A hug for Gravy.
Jaya, sir, it's good to see you again. I'm glad you're doing well. We weren't sure. There was some, crises in Surkat that we haven't seen you since.
Yeah, we also, we thought you might be dead, in the rubble, and...
No, I guess I just didn't know that, shit is a lot fucking slower over here. I would have said something if I knew it would have been, weeks. To me, hasn't been that long. So I didn't think I had to say anything, so I was planning on coming back pretty soon. And y'all seem quite busy, and, there was that... Nomino, whatever the hell, after Dueling, and it looked like you guys had a lot going on, and I just didn't want to add more.
Oh God!
I actually
Father
a few
Lucius.
minutes ago, I realized we did the exact same thing to Vinny, so he won't be seeing us for months. We didn't even tell him we were leaving.
Oh.
You kind of did ditch Vinny.
Oh, poor Vinny. Oh God. And after Vagatha.
What happened to Vagatha? Last time I saw her, she was doing fine and dandy.
She might be dead.
Oh, wait.
Yeah.
So, what the hell went on while I was gone?
That damn Father Lucius.
Father Lucius organized a sort of, terrorist attack on the smoldering corpse. That inn we were staying at. Vagatha was inside, unfortunately.
Blew the damn roof off.
Yeah.
So,
Blew the second story off.
So, oh wow.
Well, we're just glad you're okay. We need more protectors in the group. Jaya, you have to come back.
I'm sorry for leaving you guys for so long. I don't think I would have left if I knew that I would have been gone for 3 weeks and not just a couple days. But I guess it is my cross to bear to be the sole protector of the group. I guess when push comes to shove, that's just my role, and I accept that role.
Thank you, Jaya, for being so strong.
That is a beast of burden.
Next to Jaya, Orpheus tries to sort of straighten up and puff out his chest to look competitively sized, and then just slowly accepts defeat.
I give you a hard pat on the back.
I give you a hug. Stop me. It's good to see you, Jaya. I missed having another warrior around.
I reluctantly hug back. Don't get me wrong, it's nice to see you guys. It's just, I don't know. It's just a little bit to process that it's been quite a time jump.
I pet the short hippo hairs on the back of your head while we hug.
What the fuck?
Jaya, I built something inspired a little bit by you, and I show you something that looks like a gun. It doesn't work yet, though. There's no...
Oh my god, did you make this?
Me and Samir, he's really cool. You're going to meet him soon, I hope. Well,
Oh
he's
my
fine.
God.
He's alright some of the time.
This is almost a gun.
I know, right?
Hey, I think it's quite remarkable. So is this the trigger? Did you add a safety mechanism to it, or did you?
Looks into the bullet opening. Is this where you're
Is it
supposed
safe
to...
down there? As you guys are sort of catching up, the woman, the emaciated woman, Vama, sort of gestures and goes, "See, I was right. You did all know each other."
Okay, yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Small
Somewhat.
plane, where we come from, I guess.
So it was the case. I knew it. And you were upset that I was lumping you all together, no?
No, you were right. You were right.
What can I
I
say?
never doubted you for a second.
Well, listen, if it makes a difference, I suppose I'm glad that you all have found each other once again. So be merry and whatnot.
Frederick, could we all see Frederick, please?
You wish to see the mage?
Yes, we came for him. I suppose Jaya came for Gravy, but
He's a bit busy right now. Does it have to be now?
we're on
I-
a very short time schedule.
I do believe it has to be now. Yeah, unfortunately.
Right, I understand. Just a moment. I'll go find him and then direct you there. Please, if you wouldn't mind, don't leave this tent until I come find you, if that's all right.
Okay.
Just
All right.
stay here. Understood?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Aye, Captain.
Good. And with that, the woman exits the tent and leaves you all to yourselves. Jaya, you would spend some time alone in this tent yourself, and there's nothing really valuable in here besides, like, materials. You know, there's, like, a giant half of a bug carcass in here that looks to be, like, half of a small shield, maybe you could use it as. There's some animal dung in here and some, like, loose ribbons of what looks sort of like paper, but on closer inspection, it's almost like nylon fabric. Nothing really valuable in here, but you guys are all left alone now.
Oh God, Jai, I'm so glad you're back. Are we gonna kill this guy?
Are you?
No.
Not you,
we're
not you, Jaya, not you.
Well, not me, but like,
We're not going to kill Frederick, right? We're just bringing him back to Surkad so that he can close that portal for the Lady of Pain.
Should we? Okay, what if we go in saying we're trying to rescue him, you know, and bring him back? Well, I guess if he doesn't want to come back, then that's not good.
so why
I guess
are
I
y'all
didn't-
trying to get the portal closed?
Well, the Lady of Pain, if we close the portal, she'll give us a magical item that can be attuned to one plane and then teleport us between there and Surkad at will.
I see. This would be quite valuable.
Yeah, and we kind of got to get home to our various homes now more than ever. Things are really bad in Valhalla. Things are really bad in Ethera.
How are things bad in Valhalla?
We just got to get home like instantly.
I don't know exactly what's wrong in Valhalla. Everyone keeps telling me it's they need me to return.
Oh, so you have communication with them.
Sort of. There's two of my old compatriots who came here who were talking with me for a little while.
No way. So what's up with your body in Valhalla? Is it just unconscious, or your
No,
ghostly
like
spirit?
Iceland, the girl who used to live here, and I sort of pat on my chest, like tap my chest. She is there, and she is bewitching, perhaps Queen Eurydice, and like taking up all her time and taking her away from the kingdom.
Well, ain't that something? That is an issue. That is not right.
Yeah, she's going to atone for these crimes against my country and my queen. But I have to get home before I can make her atone.
So you're gonna make her atone for her sins.
Yes.
You know, you could just mess up the body that you're in right now.
Yes. Yes. People have offered that. I don't know. I sort of tried to do that, or at least sell her belongings, and it ended up hurting someone else more than it hurt her, I think. So I'm hesitant to pursue that option.
And it's your body for now anyway, so you got to use it for at least a little bit.
That's true. I live here.
In this?
In this. And, not live, but inhabit.
Like haunt, maybe?
A haunt, it's not my preferred term, but it's accurate, I suppose.
Hire, what's going on in your realm?
Oh, my oasis that used to be my home is now let's see, it's war stricken. My goddess is kicking everyone out and sending them. Yeah, it's real bad. Kind of none of my family is there anymore. We found one of them. So really need to find the others. Yeah, it's a whole situation.
That is quite a bit, son. I'm sorry to hear that.
It's okay. It's okay. That's what the group's for.
Yeah, well, we can address all these things. We just first need to get Frederick and bring him back to Sarkat.
Yeah, we start with Frederick and go from there.
Get Frederick.
Well,
Make
I
sure.
guess we gotta be quick so that, more time doesn't go by.
Yeah, I'm actually really anxious about the time passing because Vinny is sort of in a delicate state and now he doesn't know anyone there. And Smear was attacked just a few days ago. And I worry over the course of months he will be attacked again.
I predict that by now it's probably been a few days already.
No, that's okay. No, I don't think so. Personally,
I mean, if my day translated to 2 weeks, divide that up, that is quite a bit.
I think what you meant to say is we need to find Frederick, and not what you said. Yeah, you're right. We should find Frederick.
Me?
Frederick's first step to making it all be good again.
I more time can't pass. Too much time has passed already. I feel like we just need to find Frederick.
Like every hour or so, it's like probably half a day.
No.
Oh, yes, this was a point of order from actually last episode that I forgot to clarify on, but Dulam spent some time looking at his watch, or its watch that calculates time, and Dulam, you did sort of approximate out that it seems like here about a day's worth of time in this plane is about a month's worth of time back in Circad.
I start vomiting.
So it's even worse.
That's what you're working with right now.
Going to get Frederick. We're going to make it back. We will still be alive when we get back.
So every hour is like a day and a day and a quarter or so.
Oh my god, the Lady of Mage gonna kill us.
Well, she knows about the time dilation, I believe. I think she somewhat tricked us.
Wait, you mean Tick is gonna be alone for at least a full month? We've already been in here a day.
At least Tick has Samir.
Yeah,
And at least Samir has Tick.
Yeah, I guess I could see them getting along.
I mean, I feel like by the time you get back, Samir's going to be calling himself her father.
I don't understand why you would say that.
Because Deimos only lived with him for 10 months, and Samir calls Deimos his son.
It's just I would be the father figure if anything, but if anything, but yeah, I mean, if I have to have a stern talking to with Samir, I will. Deimos, should I be concerned? Is he gonna father her?
I would be very concerned if I were in your shoes.
No, God, and I'm losing my only tie back to home. We have to get Frederick. We just have to get
Frederick.
Frederick? We're getting Frederick. Yeah.
Frederick.
You guys look around at each other now, and it's been probably the better part of 10 minutes simply waiting.
Fuck.
10 minutes of waiting and talking about how long we're waiting and how much worse that gets with every minute.
Peak. God, she said to wait in here, but every moment is years. Oh God.
Do we feel like this is an ambush, the sort of suspicious way she was asking us to, wait in here, don't look outside? They could be surrounding us, just a thought.
Well, why would
be
she wouldn't have any reason to do that, right?
I don't
Can
know.
I pop my head out the tent or look around?
Yeah, you pop your head out, sort of pulling the flap aside now and looking out, and sure enough, there was a small crowd of what looks like the locals who had crammed in to see you guys, and as you poke your head out, they all sort of quickly disappear back to whatever they were doing. It wasn't quite like a nefarious crowd, but more like people trying to look at the newcomers. They all pull back, though, and you look around, and you don't see anyone. The sun continues falling its way down, and you look out, and you see the tides are slowly rising to signal a nighttime. But you don't see the individual who led you here, and you don't really see anyone making their way toward your tent with purpose.
Okay, guys. It all seems fine and dandy, and they are out there. But I don't see anybody coming, and I don't know how
She told us-
long it'll take them.
She told us to wait, so we should probably wait, right? I feel.
Yeah.
I just think we should keep our guards up because from what she said earlier, it sounded like she has a lot of motivation to potentially murder us and steal all our things and clothing and rations.
No, but like I offered her our rations, so that means she'd probably like us, and want to be our friends back. So she wouldn't do that. She wouldn't do that.
Alright. Nothing to do but wait.
So you guys continue sitting around watching each other now. The cow in the corner goes, meow.
So
From your time here, Jaya, you've barely been here long enough to learn anything about Gravy, so you have nothing really to report now. All you know is that someone here supposedly knew a little bit about where Gravy came from, but I mean, again, you've barely spent much time here at all, so you've just started your investigation.
Oh, I will find out everything there is to know about my dear Gravy.
if that's what's important to you, then like yeah, for
I
sure.
really want to take him back home. One of my daughters, she just loves cows. She saw a little book that somebody brought one day, and ever since then, it's just cow this, cow that. And when I get back home, I want to bring her a present.
No, that's pretty sweet.
Ideally without the tentacles, but we'll see.
We all have our tentacles.
Some longer than others.
Orifice, eyes, hires clothing, wondering what tentacles could possibly be concealed.
Metaphorically speaking. So now that we have some time to kill, Deimos, when does the dragon part end and the goat part begin?
I want to put a hand on Hire's shoulder. You shouldn't be asking him that.
Well, I just want to know.
No, you just should speak to Mose, as we call him. Speak to Mose as those smears in the room. All right.
Higher. I mean, it'd be a little tough to describe, I guess. I could show you.
All right, break it up, everybody. It's not. We don't need to make this situation worse.
God, I feel like that's the only thing that would make me feel better right now.
I will start just powering through our raisin bread.
You take some bites out of it. It's not exactly pleasant a couple days later now. It's nice and dry, but it's not bad.
I'm happy.
All right, so about half an hour goes by, and finally you guys hear the stomping of feet against the slate and the sand back toward the tent. You've probably spent this time, discussing with each other and hearing the ever occasional sound of meowing. But eventually Vamas, the taller, imposing woman, makes her way back in, and she has a gasping breath, and she goes, "Sorry for the delay. There was an issue with the injured and the sick. Frederick had to tend to them, and I should take you to him at once. Please follow me."
Thank you.
All right.
She throws open the tent flap and allows you all to follow her outside. You notice now the sun is breached now over the edge of this little planet, and you all look out to see what looks to be darkness drawing on soon. A couple folks that seem to live in this little village have begun a huge bonfire on the beach now, and they too have those glowing blue flies around their head. The woman guides you swiftly now through the town. You notice the townspeople are still interested in where you're going, but are not paying as much attention as they were before. You see a couple people now in their daily works. Specifically, there's a lot of butchering of animal carcasses. You see one of those giant birds that you saw landed on a distant rock, now butchered in front of you. It seems like a group of 6 or 7 of these villagers are going at it with crude-looking stonework daggers and axes, tearing it apart and taking what valuable materials they can to take to the fire to cook or preserve for future food. It looks like they've really got the classic mindset here of use the whole animal. They seem to pluck out the eyes of this large bird and pickle them in some sort of juice. Each of the feathers is delicately hand pulled out to create some sort of blanket. It's a gruesome sight, but you really get to see them use a decent amount of this creature.
Wow.
Balmas rushes you now to another tent across the way. You notice there's no defenses here either, despite the mention of distant tribes and warring factions. You don't see any like guards or perhaps soldiers of the town. Instead, everyone seems to sort of have a similar duty, which is just survive. Finally, as you breach your way out of the sort of beachfront district and closer now to the rock front, this being the rocks that drop down in steep crags to the gorges below filled with deep water, you stop at a tent nearby one of the gorges and you kind of get queasy looking down the hundreds of feet drop that you guys had just climbed up the day before, or rather this day earlier. You approach the tent now, and the tent flaps are thrown open, and you make your way inside to find sort of makeshift little infirmary. You find pots made with animal skin and bone lifted off the ground, and you see, looks like 3 infirmed members of this little village, all laid out on the cots, their skin clammy and pink, their breaths shallow and fast. They look to be ill, and above all of them stands a very young-looking man. The gentleman looks at you all with worried eyes and goes, quickly, come in now. You're the ones looking for me?
Yeah.
So the young boy that stands in front of you looks to be a human, you'd imagine, likely between the ages of 15 and 18. You're not sure where without a closer inspection. He wears regal garbs, purples and deep blues, that of a royal, a noble, and he even bears this sort of simple crown along his head that at first glance looks nearly gold, but on closer inspection it looks to be made out of what looks to be a dull yellow rock, or perhaps some sort of like local chitin that comes from an insect. And again, on closer inspection, you notice a lot of the young man's garb seems to be appropriated from the animals nearby. While it looks regal from a distance, it has patchwork of all sorts of strange animal hides and other knickknacks. His shoes look muddied and absolutely disheveled for that of a noble. And he bears on his hip what looks like a small sword, a short sword in a hilt, but the hilt looks dirtied and muddied with brown, and the hilt itself of the sword is sort of browned and caked in mud. It looks like it hasn't been used in a long time, for you see mud caking the very edge of where the sword connects to the hilt and connects to the sheath as well. The boy bears over his head, along with everyone else you've seen, those consistent glowing blue flies, and you see his eyes are drooped and lidded heavy, as if he's about to fall asleep with wispy white eyes behind the eyelids. He looks at you all, though, with a stern expression. The expression doesn't quite match the droopiness of his eyes, and he gestures now to the infirmed here and repeats himself. You're all the ones looking for me.
Yes.
I'm afraid you have to come with us. You are needed in Circad.
There is simply no time for that. Look at the state of these people. And he gestures down now, and you look at the 3 in front of him, and the first thing that strikes you about all of them is they do look sick. They've got these chills that seem to be running up their body, and they have like cold, dead-looking eyes. Not quite the same opaque eyes as the people living in this village with all the flies buzzing about their heads, but instead these look to be eyes full of lethargy, full of fatigue, somebody who hasn't slept in a very long time.
How many people are there in this room?
It looks to be you all, the group of you, the woman that has guided you in here, Frederick, and the 3 infirmed. There are no others in this specific tent. Though the tent is not without items. It seems to be full of very, very like medieval supplies to help people who are sick.
What's wrong with these people?
They have been infected. Unmistakable signs of the Iron Shadow.
Would you say it's like a curse, maybe like a sickness?
Yes, an illness. It is infective. I wouldn't get too close. You can hear now that each of the folks that have lied out are not asleep. They seem to be muttering to themselves almost incoherently and sort of staring off into nothingness. And Frederick sort of turns back and looks at them and goes, listen, I must tend to them. If you'd like to speak, you may remain here. If not, you may wait outside until I'm done.
Well, what is it you can possibly do to heal them?
Well, right now, little. I merely treat the symptoms. The sweats across the brow we deal with, and a lot of the mental symptoms of anguish and lethargy are dealt with accordingly. It is not easy, but I do my best.
Mason, do I think I have any healing spells that could help any of these people?
What?
Remove curse wouldn't help, right?
You don't think this is a curse?
And do I think it's a magical curse or magical illness? Like
You'd have to get
magic
closer.
away?
You'd have to get much closer. You'd have to investigate it with a medicine check these bodies to determine more.
Oh yeah. No, I love a good little sickness. I'll go for it. I feel good about this.
Sure. You all see Hire approach the infective body, get right up next to it, and start investigating it.
Okay, now to check D&D Beyond to see if I still have any inspiration or if I used it already.
I would help you potentially.
But will that risk you as well?
I will say Orpheus would have the opposite to Hire, being like, I might get infected, and Orpheus would be immediately like trying to take any fabric out of his bag and tie it around his mouth, eyes, ears, nose.
You're blinding yourself.
I still have
my
inspiration,
goggles.
so I'm gonna use that.
Wow!
You're kidding me? This stupid ass die.
Take him!
21.
Oh, let's fucking go!
Wow!
All right, Orpheus and Hire crowd into this now very cramped little tent. A nice little medical tent. The rest of you are, I assume, standing at like a safe distance behind. Frederick.
I'm protecting.
Good. Frederick moves over to the body that you all walk toward and goes, be careful about touching. I'm not sure what he's been saying lately, but I think this one is pretty far along.
Well, I'm a healer. Maybe I can help.
Oh, good. I'm very unfamiliar with healing. I've mostly just been doing this sort of archaically. Where I come from, there was lots and lots of materials to help the injured, but here we have little to work with, and he gestures around the room at all the... Again, these are like caveman implements. With your 21, you look down at the body now. Orpheus, you get up close, and you get the sort of unmistakable stench of somebody who has not showered in a long time. It creeps right through your rags and up through your nose, and it makes you feel super uncomfortable.
Hold my breath.
Higher, you get hit with the same smell, but you're busy looking over the body. You look up and down and you investigate, and you can determine, yes, this person definitely is symptomatic sick. It seems to be some sort of illness or disease. You're not exactly sure where it started. It's probably internal somewhere, and you don't think it's a magical curse. In fact, you're quite positive.
Yeah, I don't know how much I can help personally. Other than just healing these people. Perhaps we could take them back with us to Sirkad, get them away from the source of the sickness. Maybe that might help.
Oh, no, that's an awful idea. We must keep them here, at least isolated. It is too dangerous to send them across plains. I believe this infection perhaps spreads through that means of transport.
Risks an outbreak. See.
And Hire, the one thing you do glean from your medicine check that you're feeling pretty confident in is this is not an illness you've encountered before. This is definitely something new to you, and it's not some, like, classic disease.
COVID.
So you said that you're lacking of implements here. What would you typically use that you don't have access to?
All sorts of things. It's difficult to find anesthetics here. I can't keep them down long enough. They keep wanting to wander.
They want to wander. Which direction do they go?
All about. It is dangerous. If they leave here, they could infect more. Your friend here, and he gestures to Jaya now. I've been trying to keep them away from her all day. They've been wanting to talk to him.
So, I see.
Yes, the folks here really want to talk with your friend here. I don't know why. They've just been looking for him all day.
Are they attracted to newcomers in general, or Jaya especially?
We don't have newcomers often. They just seem to walk about. They're looking for people. They're talking too much. I've had to resort to pure battery to keep them down. And he gestures to them now.
Are they battered?
You look at them. They don't look particularly battered, but they're definitely like still. None of them are like moving that much.
How did you sedate them or restrain them? Why aren't they wandering any longer?
Are you also a man of medicine, friend?
More
I
of a
could
man
really
of
use your touch.
science. I don't. I can't touch them for sure. Not touch them, but I can look at them from this distance.
I see, but you
I
are
could really
and
use your
you
touch.
just to hire. You are a man of medicine. Is that true?
Yeah, like magically, but I don't know how much I can help with this.
Well, can you put people to sleep magically?
Does anyone have the sleep spell? I do not.
I look at Malagus.
Malgus is not in here with you. He is not.
Wait, where the fuck is Malagus?
When did he peel off?
You haven't seen him in a while. He was not he was not there when you guys were talking to Jaya.
Oh God.
Okay. Fuck.
Did he come here with you guys?
Yes.
Oh.
Okay, I will just be like, I've got to handle something, and I want to just stand up and leave and start looking for Malagus.
Frederick sighs sort of exasperatedly as you leave Orifice and goes, "Listen, if you are all here to help, please make yourselves helpful. If not, please step out of the tent. It's overcrowded and I can't discuss things with you if you're just going to walk away and not help, all right?"
Ignore him. We're here to help, but we also really need to get you back. There are people back home in Circad that need your help too.
I can guarantee they don't need me as bad as these folks do. So throw on some masks or whatever you can and get over here, all right? And he gestures to the rest of the people in this room, including Demos and Dulam and Jaya.
I'll go
do you
over
think-
and sit down.
You sort of make your way over and sit down. What manner of creature are you?
It is of no importance. Do you know of a stone of architecture?
Stone of architecture. Like the ones we used to build?
No, it was a rare artifact.
Ah, you speak of the ladies' collection. Yes, I am aware of that item.
Yes, when is the last time you saw it?
I suppose time moves odd. I've been here for, but I've been there for, and you see him sort of lose track of himself for a second, counting in his head, and goes, "Forgive me, I lose myself. I believe it has been in my time only 7 months, but that would mean for you it's let me think here." He gets lost.
Where was the last place you saw it?
In her vault, of course.
Why were you in her vault?
I worked there.
I'd be in this bitch's vault.
What was your job?
Archivist.
What were your duties?
How does this matter in importance to the sick here? I need to keep on them. They will. No one else here knows what's going on to them, and I am often the default when it comes to these sorts of unknown phenomena. So if you would help me, I would love to discuss this more with you in private. But right now, I don't really have time to discuss. And as he goes to finish, you hear this groaning moan come from the individual off to your left in the cot, who sort of leans forward, and you see drool coming out of his mouth. And Frederick goes, "Oh shit! All right." And he stops what he's doing and runs over to the guy and tries to push him back on the cot.
Apologies. You stated that we could talk if we were in this tent. This is an ongoing investigation that is of the utmost importance.
He holds the guy down for a few moments, and the guy goes, "Oh, wait, what's going on? Hold on, wait. Just let me get up and stretch my legs, man. This really sucks. I just can't do that." And you see him hold his hands out, and a bit of magic flitter about. You see the flies above his head dance quicker all of a sudden, and the blue glows for but a moment as sickly purple magic seeps from his hands into the head of the person in front of him. The guy on the cot sort of leans back down, this human with a big bushy beard, and he goes, I don't want to go back to sleep. And he starts mumbling again to himself, and Frederick goes, "Oh, that was a close one. I can't do that much more today. I need to rest."
To be blunt, since the situation seems to call for it, the Lady of Pain thinks you have taken her stone. And she asked us to bring back your corpse if you had it. So
He doesn't even turn his head to respond. Well, I did not steal her stone, so that's that, huh? So, could you leave now?
Can I insight?
Sure.
We know where the stone is!
He could have stolen it before and put it in the stump.
Well, yeah, I guess.
It is a 12.
He's a bit hard to read right now. The sort of flitting flies above his head, creating a ephemeral blue glow, and that weird wispy white in his eye makes it where inciting this specific individual is a bit more challenging than a normal human, and you're not quite sure what these flies are doing to him, but it's made it a little bit harder to insight, so you're just not sure. That being said, he turns back towards you and goes, yes, we can discuss in the tent, fine, but please make yourselves useful. One of you go wet that cloth in the cold water of the sea and bring it back. And someone else, please keep an eye on that guy in the corner. And he gestures to another big bushy beard man in the far corner. He looks a bit similar to the man who just sort of woke up, but this guy is more of the dwarven stature.
I'll take the cloth and go to the sea.
Yeah, and I'll look after the bushy man.
You look after it. Nice. You keep an eye on him. He's sort of whispering something very quietly, like mumbling it that you can't quite hear.
Mm-hmm.
Ira, you take a rag and you head out.
Bye. I'ma head out.
Speaking of heading out, Orpheus, you left a while ago. Where do you want to go?
I just want to start looking for disturbance and yelling, Malagus! Malagus, where did you go?
You shout out, no response. The townspeople all look at you like you're crazy.
When was the last time I saw Malagus?
You guys all walked into the town together.
Okay, I'm just gonna start running around. Has anyone seen another outsider, sort of a greasy looking man in a green jacket?
Everyone seems to shy away from your look. When you approach someone to speak, they turn away from you physically, almost recoiling and don't speak to you.
Malagus! Malagus!
Recoiling?
Everyone's treating me like I'm Malagus.
Ew, cookies.
Malagus. Where are you?
You run through the town a bit. It's a bit hard to get your bearings here, considering there's 40 plus tents here, and they're all look about the same. So as you sort of grid, you have to go at it like a grid pattern, looking through each area in between to see if you can find him. And you don't find him yet, and the shouting doesn't get any response.
Okay, either he's wandered off again, or the sickness got to him because he lacks direction in life. I just want to keep looking. I don't know what else I can do. I would also start shouting for Vama. Vama! Help!
You know where you left Vama, who was back at the sort of medical tent that you guys went to.
Okay, I'll run back for her. Vama, there's something wrong. I need your help.
As you run back, you sort of bump into Hire, who seems to be running off with a piece of cloth.
Malagus is missing.
Yeah, what else is new? Like some little lost puppy. Hey, I'm sorry. I must tend to the sick. Malagus is not of my concern right now.
All right, I'll find him. I'll put him in line.
You got this, Oro.
Thanks, Hire.
All right, you make your way back to the tent. Back inside, Frederick is pointing to the dwarven fellow who you're looking at now, Demos, and goes, listen, that guy keeps wanting to run to the ocean. I don't know why, so keep an eye on him, all right? He's a bit of a bolter.
Oh, okay. Sure. Mind if I, maybe try a spell on him?
No.
Could you tell me what spell? I don't like it when you just do it randomly.
Oh, it's just the sleep spell.
Oh, please, be my guest. It might keep him asleep a bit longer. I've been trying all day.
Yeah. Can I, cast Detect Thoughts on Wizard Boy?
That is not the sleep spell.
All right, you weave some magic in between your hands and cast it at him. What kind of check am I rolling here?
Wisdom.
Wisdom.
I completely thought you were gonna kill this guy.
Kill him.
Oh, guess all your patients are dead. Nothing
Sir.
keeping you.
Oh, so true. If the patients are dead, nothing keeping them here.
Exactly.
I'm gonna see if I can do it in. No, I can't do it in Forge. Sorry, it's not loading.
I like how your go-to is still to kill.
It's okay. I've got a physical dice, baby.
Nice.
Okay, he got a 17.
Fuck. Okay. It
Alright.
doesn't work.
I'm sorry. You cast the spell, and you see his eyes sort of flick towards you as you do it, and he goes, I believe you might have miscast there, friend. You want to try again? And he gestures down to the body and looks at you now with some big, bright eyes.
You know, that was my last spell slot. Too bad it didn't work.
Oh, that's all right. We're not all good at magic, right?
Yeah.
Got him.
So you're a wizard, friend. Where did you study?
Oh, I had a private tutor, you could say, back in
Nice.
Sircad.
Back in Circa. That's excellent. Anyone I know?
Do you know a man known as Samir?
Yes, I do believe I do know a man known as Samir. He was a very wise man back when I knew him. Bit young, though.
Yeah, he's basically like my father.
Oh, he is your dad. That is fantastic.
Yeah.
You'll love to see it, right?
Yeah, listen, you should come back, honestly, as soon as possible.
He gives you a sort of odd smile with the pained eyes and goes, I suppose I'd like to, but I am not welcome back. The lady has requested my presence here, and she has not spoken to me in a long time. In fact, your summons is the first I've heard from her in many moons, so it is nice to hear she wants my presence again, but to be honest, my banishment here felt permanent, so I feel as though I should spend more time here.
Oh, what happened between you two?
Nothing that I will repeat here.
Fair enough.
You're all very nosy folk, aren't you, huh?
Yes, well, we
You
were
know?
sent by her to bring you back.
Well, and what if I tell you I don't want to go, huh?
Well, you can count our numbers.
He sort of looks at you curiously and then goes, You're a funny little guy, aren't you?
That was not one of my jokes.
You've got jokes. And Orpheus, you barge in now.
Vava?
The taller woman is sort of posted up in the corner watching the group of them right by the entrance. She turns to you as you walk in and goes, Yes, my child, what can I do for you?
I need your help, my lady. One of our friends has wandered off, and I need your help to find him, please.
Fine, yes. And she stoops her head low and ducks out of the tent and walks after you and goes, You wouldn't by any chance have lost him to the birds or the spiders, no?
I don't think so, but I will say last night while we were sleeping, he was sort of temporarily compelled by a pseudopod of sorts, and I'm worried it has summoned him back to it. Or perhaps he is attempting to seduce someone in your town.
Well, neither of these things are really much I can help with. If you want to go looking for him, you can, but there isn't much I can do to help. What do you need me for?
I was hoping you would accompany me so you can ask people we see if they've seen him. They won't talk to me.
Fine. All right.
Thank
Let's
you.
go on a little investigation.
Yes, he's an oily man in a green jacket.
Right. Great. And she sort of walks in front of you now and approaches the first person on the side of the road she can find and speaks softly to them using the same common tongue, but you can't hear it. It's barely above a whisper as she speaks to them. You can't quite hear what they say. The person sort of shakes their head no, and then she turns back to you and goes, Well, this person right here says they haven't seen a greasy, oily man in a green coat.
All right. Maybe we could ask some more.
A second person. Great.
Yeah.
Listen, the sarcasm dies on me quickly. You don't need my help for this, and I have much more important things to tend to, all right? So please find your brother or whatever and get out of here.
Loose associate. All right. I'll just keep running around yelling, Malagus, there's an emergency. Deimos' shirt was torn. He needs your help.
Vamas calls after you and goes, if it is actually your husband, we do have a conjugal tent on the corner.
That's neither. He's so oily.
Yeah, he is. Ooh.
Whatever you say.
Deimos needs you.
Get Mally all oiled up.
I just keep running, yelling for him. If I don't see him anywhere in town, I will start running back the way we came from to try to see if... Actually, okay. I will have a brief moment of clarity, and I want to fly Lettermore up into the sky and then look through Lettermore's eyes down and see if I spot a fleck of green anywhere near the town.
Great. While you do that, higher, you run out to the water now. You've made your way out to the ocean. It's not that far, and you quickly make your way across the sand beach. It's not a very pretty beach, you know. It's one of those beaches where there's lots of big, heavy black rocks that shunt out of it at odd angles that make it a bit uncomfortable for you to, like, run around the beach. But nevertheless, the sand is soft, and you don't see any, like, kelp or animals in the water. You approach, you dip your rag in, and pull it up, and you can almost feel the salt on the outside of your hands as you reach your hands into this water. It's so saturated with salt. It feels almost overwhelming.
Higher looks out at the ocean, like skyline, where like the ocean meets the sky, contemplates staying here for the rest of his life and letting all the life he knew pass by on the other planes, just like have all that go away. Then he's like, no, that's crazy, and then comes with the wedded drag.
All right, so perfect, actually. While you're gazing out onto the waterfront, looking at where the sky touches the ocean, you see what looks to be like a floating rock or log out on the water.
Oh God.
You adjust your eyes a bit, and it looks to be a human corpse floating off in the distance.
Why would he do that?
Yeah, I'm sorry, gang. Higher, see body. Higher, go try to save body. I'm swimming out there.
Okay, you take 2-3 steps into the water, and even though you're wearing this extremely heavy plate mail now, you find yourself just buoyant enough to float on the top of the surface. You sort of doggy paddle out now, getting your entire body soaked in this water. It's a freezing cold liquid, just as cold as the ocean on the material plane, and it's not at all pleasant for you, but you've got this instinct in you to go out there. You swim 100 meters or so out, and eventually you make your way to this ratty green coat that's floating in the water.
Cool. I'm gonna try to put him on his back if he isn't already so, and then I'm trying to drag this man.
Okay, making your way over to the body and pulling at the coat now, the figure flails in the water, throwing up hands and going, dripping their head under the water for a second, and you see legs kick out and pushing themselves up now above your vision. You see a very alive Malagus look at you with these angry-looking eyes behind wet bangs in his face and goes, "What you do that for?"
What the fuck are you doing out here?
You see him tread water for a second and then sort of fail to, and then he flops back onto his back, going sort of still in the water again, floating. And he goes, "It's just real nice out there, all right? I was just out
Malagus,
for a...
We need
What?
you. You can't wander off.
You don't
You
fucking need me."
You looked fucking dead.
Well, thank you. That's what I was going for.
No. This is not how being a party member works. No. You're coming back with me right now. Fucking Oro's looking for you.
Damn, I can't leave that fucking guy alone for 10 fucking minutes before he's like, "Oh, where'd Malagus go? What a bitch."
Exactly. That is how it is. Now come back.
All right, sorry, Hire, and he sort of slowly backstrokes back with you, letting you pull him half the way.
Crazy. I'm swimming for my life.
Was Oriface really making a big deal about me being gone? How upset did he seem?
I mean, he was definitely looking for you. I'm giving Malagus a wave with shape water as we exit the water.
You propulse him along a bit. It does make it a bit easier to pull him in. Listen, I was just enjoying the water. Remember just last night I was telling you all about how I wanted to go to the ocean first thing, so I just did it, all right?
Oh god, I don't remember that. I guess I gotta start remembering everything. Malagus, people are sick here. We don't know if the water is even safe. Maybe it's the water, the salt in there getting people sick.
Shit, can you use some of your magic to make me better? And you guys breach now onto the beach, and he like sort of posts his hands out and lets you like look at him, and he goes, "Can't you like cast a spell or something?"
Does he seem be sick at all?
I mean, he's oily, and he's got this real slick, greasy look about him, and he just spent God knows how long just floating in the ocean.
Why is he oily?
Yeah, you're fine, bud. God, you know who else doesn't really like water and can't swim? Cats.
What do you mean? I just spent an entire afternoon in the water, so I've actually beaten those allegations.
No,
Tiger,
it sounds
tiger
like you're a
swim.
cat boy to me. Old Mally boy.
Fine, all right. Where do you want to go? Do I have to follow you to the sick people? I really don't want to. Can't we just spend like a day or two here just being people before we have to go like fucking around in someone else's business?
Look, we found Sergeant Jaya, and now that he's back, you know, we need to get a move on. The Lady of Pain said we'd be punished severely for straying off our path, and we're going to be here for days.
Fuck that lady. She doesn't know shit, all right?
She can kill us with just a thought. Anyways, yeah, like a day in here is like a month back in Circad, so every moment counts.
What do I care? Everyone there is a bunch of bitches.
You like Jackknife, Grim Hawk, right? You like one of them.
I don't care enough
someone.
to see him within like 2 days. Besides, for me, it'll just feel like a couple days. So what does it matter how long it feels for them? I don't care about them.
Well, we all are going back to Circad as quickly as we can, and that includes Oro. And you know how Oro gets without you. Well, you gotta go see him immediately.
Why do you... Oro is not... you're being weird, Hire, but I'll come with you, all right? Just
All right,
promise not to
thank you.
rush me, all right? You know I don't like going fast.
Yeah.
That one made no sense.
Cats don't like to be rushed. Have you ever heard of herding cats? Checkmate.
Yeah, no, I'm with Maisie on this one. I like grab onto his wrist like angrily, and like lead him back to the tent.
All right, fine. I'm coming with you. Jeez.
I'm not rushing you. I'm rushing him.
You drag him back. Orpheus, you see basically this scene play out through Lettermore's eyes above the tribe here. Additionally, you also see off in the distance a couple more giant bonfires lit up way off in the distance. You see them spread out across the landscape in front of you, around the curves of each of this world in each direction. They seem to also be about on the beachfront. No one seems to have made home deep within the craggy mountains from where you guys came. Instead, they all seem to be at least on the flatter end.
I will close out of Lettermore's eyes, and I want to wait around a corner of a tent so that I can kick Malagus in the back of the knee as he walks by.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
Hire and him walk by, and you turn and go and kick his knee.
What is your goddamn problem, Malagus? The
Ow.
one thing the Lady of Pain told us, we're not supposed to lollygag, and those of us who lack personal direction are most likely to get sick. I thought you were probably dead. I thought your lack of ambition had immediately killed you upon walking into town. Do you understand that?
Look, he was surveying the scene.
No, he was swimming in the ocean. I saw from Ledgermore.
Oh,
Wow, that fucking hurt, Orpheus.
Mally, I tried to have your back there, buddy.
Thanks, Hire. Listen, Hire already explained it to me, and I don't want to get chewed out twice, so just save it, yeah?
I turn visibly angry red, and I will just turn and walk away.
Thanks, Orpheus. You're a gem there.
See, Oro has its crazy for you. Can't live with, can't live without. I don't know.
Definitely could live without.
Can't live either way because I'm dead, and Malagus is making me stay here in this fucking mortal coil just a moment longer.
Listen, quit making a big deal of it. Was I really gonna help you that much while you were here, huh? What have you all been fucking around with? It's been like an
I
hour.
would have been helping more if I wasn't looking around for you. Do you understand how you
You're not my keeper.
So what? I'm just supposed to let you wander off? Yeah. No, I am. That is what I'm supposed to do. Goodbye.
Where are you going? Hey, I get to do whatever I damn fucking please. I'm probably the eldest out of all of ye, including the damn fucking robot.
Well, Jai is definitely older, but you're right. You're not my problem. I'll see you around. Or I won't,
Mally, buddy, he's just doing it because he cares.
Malagus sort of elbows you in the shoulder there higher and goes, "Look, see, he actually does care about me. Isn't that crazy?"
Like, a lot. It's like...
I know.
Like, I don't know if I would want to handle that. Like,
God
all
fucking
of
know.
that. But,
Yeah.
I think you can, bud.
How many more things like this before you think I torpedo it?
What? What is that? What does that mean when you torpedo it?
How many more times do you think I have to fuck up before I can torpedo it? I want to get right on the verge before I really apologize.
Oh, God. To just torpedoing it. Maybe let's not try to get too crazy.
My bad. Listen, so what did you need my help for? I assume you have something that's a Malagus special that only I can do?
Yeah, it's stay with the group and don't wander off while we tend to these sick people, and maybe you can try to convince this guy, Fredericks or whatever, to come back with us.
Malagus's face visibly hardens as his eyes go serious, and he goes, "You mean to fucking tell me you took me out of my bliss that I had in the ocean just enjoying my fucking time to pull me over here to tell me to sit still and follow the group? What the fuck, Hire? This was a waste of my time and yours, and clearly now Orpheus's. Orpheus, Hire would like to apologize to you."
I just think as a group we should stay together, and we've
already
lost
said that.
We've lost so many people recently, and we're in a different place. No, it's fine. Yeah, sure. Wander off. We'll find you when we're ready to go then, I guess.
Or we won't. If you're gone when we go, we just won't go. We'll go, but without you. You can live here.
He smiles now and goes, "Geez, why are you so fucking uptight? I'll follow you, alright." And he just comes in step behind you, Hire.
I'm sorry, Malagus, I didn't mean to. But then
Hire, do not apologize to him.
Hire looks at Oro across the, I don't know, the
I like to
path,
think I'm just
and,
walking
gives a
20 feet ahead.
So back to Demos and Dulam for a moment here. Demos, you're keeping an eye on this dwarf, and Dulam, you want to ask this guy any questions? He's looking out across the three now, and he seems to be grabbing more just really rudimentary rags out of buckets and placing them on people's foreheads as well. He seems to be getting a very dry towel and sort of drying off each of these individuals from top to bottom. You're not sure of what though, but it always kind of comes away as sort of very lightly yellow color, as if there was mucus that he was wiping off, or yellowed sweat.
So why do you want to help these people?
They're sick. Is it not the good thing to do? Besides, I want to improve my training. I did a lot of work to become a proper mage, but now I feel as though this is the work that calls to me, a clerical business.
I only ask because you were referenced as the Mage of Thievery, so it is a strange turn.
Thank you. Yes, I was quite a mage back in my days, both at the academy and under the Lady of Pain, but ever since I was banished here, I didn't find much use for my magics.
Well, if you would like more training, we are giving you an opportunity.
Explain the meaning of my summons. You said if I had stolen something, I would be killed, blah, blah, blah. Well, I didn't steal anything, so now what?
Now you are to return alive, back to Circad.
What, for her to kill me herself? After all
On the
these
contrary,
months?
For a new position.
He looks at you suspiciously and goes, "Really? She means to hire me?"
Yes.
He squints his eyes and scratches his chin for a moment and goes, "That's interesting, because the person that she hired, Mage Frederick, is not the same person who stands before you. Are you sure she still wants me?"
Are you not Frederick Staben?
Well, yes, that is the name I go by, and that is, I suppose, the body that I encounter, but Frederick Staben is not really an active member of the society anymore.
Is he deceased?
No, just and he looks down at the sick people beside him and looks back at you. He's just been touched in such a way that his body can act outside of his will. He is no longer sick. I made him well.
Are you attempting to do the same to these people?
To be honest, no. Vamas, wherever she is, insists on it. She says it's the best way to cure these folks. And when you'll notice, the entire town has either done it preemptively to save themselves from the sickness or done it post-sickness, but either way, the Azurathids dominate our heads, and he gestures up to the halo above him. But I myself believe there's a way to cure them without these, the creatures that are both above me and in me.
Well, are you able to use Frederick's power?
Yes, quite well, actually. I would say effectively. But he does not have the powers, and I don't like this language, so I will refer to it, me, as I don't have the powers to heal people. It is mostly things like a magical hand, or perhaps a burning wall of fire. Things that don't really matter here.
Well, allow me to go and explain the opportunity I referenced to before.
Okay, well, I'm here. Explain the way.
Well, if you were to come with us, you would have approximately 30 days for every day that turns here. So you would have 30 days to research while doing your job in Circad, while only one day passes here.
I see. So you're saying I could research the disease and bring back what my findings here with only a day's loss. I could have the folks here look after the ill, tie them down perhaps so they don't wander too much, and I could come back just after a few days. This is not a bad plan. He sort of pulls his hands away now from whatever he was doing and gives you his full attention now. You see those blue flies buzzing lazily, and the humming noise in your ear is consistent. Not quite bothersome, but nevertheless always present. His droopy eyes look at you with the whites staring almost through you, and he speaks softly now and goes, "If I go there, will I survive?" And he points at the blue flies.
This unit is unsure. It has never met something of your nature.
So be it. And as he contemplates this, Orpheus, you return, followed quickly by Malagus and Hire, to this room. You see now the group of these folks sort of surrounding the sick here. The leader of the town, Vamas, is no longer here. Instead, you have basically your crew, the Runt Pack.
Who is this rag for?
Good. Right here. And he goes to grab for it and then looks at you and goes, fell in, did ya?
More like someone else did. Anyways, we really need you to come back with us.
Hold your speech. Your friend here. What is your name, friend?
Dulam.
Your friend Dulam here. It is a good persuader and gave me an interesting idea on how I can help more around here. I think I might come with you, yes, but the problem is I am not free to go myself. We will have to speak to the village elder before I leave of my own free will.
All right.
Let's arrange the meeting right now.
Good job, Dulam.
Yes, well done. I want to rub your head.
Yeah, this one I'm also rubbing your head.
You get one rub followed by a wet rub.
After Hire's wet rub, I'll use my sleeve to dry off Doom's head. Can't have you corroded?
Thank you.
Well, listen, your plan is good and I like it. I think I'd like to follow it. Why don't you all go find the elder, ask her about this idea. I'll look after the three here and make sure they're safe. Thank you for helping. And he nods now to you, Demos, and to you as well, Jaya, for looking after the people in here. I really appreciate your support. Be on the way now, and come back quickly, alright?
Maybe you need help from one of us in securing these people?
Listen, I need not repeat myself. Make it quick. I believe all of you will be better at discussing this kind of thing with the Elder. I'm fine.
Alright, pack your things, Frederick. We'll be back in a few minutes.
That I will, yes. I don't have much, but I shall. He gives you a smile now as you walk away and a wave and says, I'm excited to be back in Circad. I missed my home.
Quite.
Can I do an insight check?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, yeah. That's going to be a solid 6.
Same thing as Dulam. It's just hard to insight this guy because you're not quite sure what you're inciting, you know? It's sort of like inciting like somebody who's sleep talking. You're not quite sure what's real and what just seems to be coming out of a puppet. You don't get anything.
Fair. Okay.
He waves you all off now. Demos, just as you walk away, the dwarf in front of you sort of shouts, almost in like a sleepy tone, "Oh, take me to the water. I need to go there."
No, buddy. It's okay. You can stay right here.
Okay, all right. Is there? You guys got any drink?
We'll come back with some drink. We'll come back.
Okay, there. Leans over and falls back asleep.
Nice demos? Wow, also.
I'm scared.
The mage Frederick gives you a thumbs up in an awkward way, and he returns to his corpses in front of him, more or less. The rest of you leave out, and Malagus looks at the rest of him and goes, "Well, that guy seems like a real fucking tool, huh? What'd we learn from him?"
I make a show of ignoring Malagus. I turn and walk out the door.
Oh, I should tell you all, it's Orpheus's time of the month, so he's gonna be a bit prissy.
That makes a lot of sense, Mally. Kidding.
Glad you agree, Hire. Thank you for agreeing.
I thought we were.
Today, you are on the wrong side of history.
I thought we were making jokes. We know Malagus means it when he mean it, but I would never say something like that.
And yes, to Malagus, it's all the same.
Banter.
Just a bit of banter.
I meant to.
Orpheus,
anyways, good job, Dulam.
What did Dulam do? Let me guess, threaten someone again?
I did do that, yes.
I'm sure the cape helped. The robes.
Yes, Dulam, you look very charming in your new cape.
Thank you.
Orpheus, you really need to get your fucking acts in order, alright? There's no such thing as, team leader in when you're trying to micromanage all the different folks, right?
Alright, I'm going to speak to you because I think it'll be more, it will be worth it for me to tell you that you, Malagus, have never been part of a team, and you've certainly never been the leader of one. And if you were part of a team, I would guess most of its failures were attributable to you until they kicked you out. Am I close to that truth?
Well, see, that just feels hateful.
It is! It is!
It's not true, though.
Sure, yeah.
I've never been a part of a team unless you call sex teams play, because then I am, and I'm very successful at it.
It would be a team if you didn't have to hire your teammates. Now,
That's a good
why
point.
don't you go swim in a puddle or something, and let the adults get our shit done? And if we want to, bring you home with us, we will.
Orpheus, if you want to be a little shit about it, you can, but I'm here to help now, alright? So you get it or you get it.
Oh, now you're here to help, because before, I guess you were just here to fuck around and waste our time.
Alright, so can we take a team vote for this real quick? I just want a team vote. Who thinks Orpheus is wasting time talking about all this shit? Aye. Yes, good, Malagus.
I feel like I gave the wrong advice, Malagus, and I just want to... Yeah, I feel like I've been saying things. Maybe my bad. This is tough to listen to. I think we've all made mistakes, I think we can move on from this.
I keep doing a fucking British accent. Fuck. Fuck, it's ingrained into me. Fuck. I think that we haven't been respecting the women in our group, and although Orpheus isn't technically a woman, this all just feels wrong. So I will let him have his piece.
Thank you very much, Shia, for all of that. I'd like to reaffirm the not a woman point, but I do still agree that some of Malagus's disrespect comes from his perception of me as a woman, so it's relevant to the conversation. Malagus,
but you're a man.
Yes.
So, sorry, I'm just confused. Keep going.
You're confusing Hire. Stop confusing him.
I'm really mad that I don't play a character who can have actual smoke come out of their ears when they're angry anymore. is just like the reddest human you've ever seen, and will walk away.
No.
Feel really
All
good.
right, there goes
can't-
Orpheus.
You're all. Me and Dulam and Deimos and Jaya are going to go talk to Mamas.
Okay.
What was that
Okay.
last part?
We're going to go talk to Mama, the village elder, get permission for Frederick to leave so we can all go back to Surkad, which is a much larger place where we'll see much less of each other.
You didn't mean that.
It's only Malagus. I don't want to be around. Also hire a little bit, but mostly Malagus.
That's kind of fair. I see that. You know what?
I haven't really
say
done
we
much
for
wrong.
Truth and just, oh god.
Oh, right. One more thing. I want to reach into my purse and throw my glass key as hard as possible at Malagus before we leave.
Wow. Okay. You pull it out and hurl it at Malagus. It smacks him hard, but does not shatter and falls to the ground with a heavy clunk. He goes to try to pick it up, but it falls through his hands, and you hear it slam into the ground, yet again making another loud thunk sound. It lands in the stonework, and you see it chip a bit on some of the edges, and Malagus goes and picks it up and goes, "What the fuck is this?"
Who knows? Who cares? Goodbye.
Alright, and with that, you walk off.
Yeah.
Okay. As you go to walk off, I suppose what would the rest of you guys like to do? You can just follow.
Mm,
I'm probably hanging back with
Yeah.
Malagus.
I think I'll go.
All right.
Time to talk to Valma.
Palma.
You're attacking
and,
Obama.
Yeah.
As we walk, I'll go, Jaya, I'm sorry you had to see that. I hope you don't think less of me. It's just that Malagus has been testing my patience in every possible way these past few days.
Oh, it's all good. It's just we're not gonna be with each other for very long, so I think it's just best to ignore certain things that have been said.
I appreciate that outlook, but every day it seems like I'm going to be trapped here longer.
No, you won't. We'll get out of this. We'll get out of this sooner or later. We have to. I need to see my kids and my wife. We have to.
I want to put a hand
No,
on Jaya's arm
With
and
kids, that's the
say,
only outlook I can have. Otherwise, I think I would have killed myself, like, a while back.
I want to put my hand on Jaya's arm and say with the utmost earnesty, I think I understand better than you could imagine. I want to go home so unbearably badly. And Jaya, I'm so glad you're back.
Oh, kiddo. Come here, bring it in, bring it in.
I hug Jaya.
I pull him in for a hug.
I'll pull up my goggles and like an ounce of angry tears falls out of both sides.
An ounce.
An ounce.
Oh, really got the waterworks there, huh?
Yeah. It doesn't stop with this body.
Yeah. I think that's the way it is during certain times of the month.
It's not a lunar cycle situation.
I'm just teasing you. I'm just teasing you. I know. Regardless of what, whatever is going on, I think we all deserve a space to just let everything out. But maybe to Malagus, it's not the wisest because he's not the most emotionally intelligent man out there. So, yeah,
It's just.
I say
it's just
if you
frustrating.
need to, expel some anger, come to me.
I will. Thank you, Jaya.
No problem.
All right, let's go back home. I'm really excited for you to meet Samir, Jaya. I feel like you two will bond as two fathers. I don't know.
More
Wait,
than
Jaya,
likely,
you're
yeah.
a father?
We have kids that I need to get back home to. I'm the provider.
Whoa.
Man, you're a real fucking absent dad then, huh?
Jaya just kind of stands and stares, and it is visibly angry.
Oh, that's all
His
right,
face
buddy.
is
He pats you on the
all
back. Me
flushed.
too, probably somewhere.
I don't think you should compare me to yourself in any way, shape, or form. I might not be there, but it's not because I choose to not be there, you know. I went for
You've been
milk,
kidnapped.
and
by
I
the
meant to come back. I
circumstances.
bought the milk. You didn't buy the milk, you just left.
He found a whole cow. I mean, you, Jaya, you found a whole cow.
I found a cow. I found a way to provide for my children. What did you find? What have
I'm
you
not
done?
looking to provide for any children of mine.
I think we all just have to hope Malagas has never reproduced.
It's really hard to say.
I just have to believe if there's a god, they wouldn't let that happen.
It's just I get it so
I'm gonna take my
often.
leave. You know, I think we should go ahead and go.
Let's leave. Yes. Bye, Malagas.
Yeah.
See you. Or not.
I mean, we're following.
Our Malagas and I are following.
I'm not listening.
I'd say so, right? Fire, are you following?
If Malagas is.
Just like following and echoing our heartfelt conversation.
Good. So you guys make your way back to the town now, shouting insults at each other and doing this big fucking complaining about Malagas bit in the middle of the city. The rest of the village folk watch you from their tents, sort of eyeing you suspiciously and really listening in. It's like all the neighbors here got your shit out. Watching your dirty laundry get aired out. And you guys eventually make your way back to the tent on the beachfront. Your feet dip into the sand just a tad as you make your way to the tent of Vama. You don't even need to enter. You find her right at the front of it, speaking softly and quietly, just as you saw her do earlier with one of the other village folk. And just as she sees you all, she bids the person to walk away, and they quickly turn without making eye contact with any of you, running back off into the village. Again, you see this glowing blue halo of flies follow them away as their body looks sort of just pale and their eyes are milky white. Vama turns to you now and goes, "What can I be of service for you?"
We just came to let you know Frederick has agreed to accompany us, and he wanted your formal permission to set out on this journey.
Ah, Frederick wishes to go with you? That is surprising. He said he would try to help us with our infected problem.
Oh yes, he's coming with us so that he can... Are you aware of the time dilation between here and Circad?
This means nothing to me.
In Circad, time passes a lot slower than it does here, so every day here is a month in Circad.
Listen, I
so-
don't care about your science, magic, mumbo-jumbo, all right? You are not taking our wizard away from us. Our mage is important.
No, we're not taking... He's coming back to do research on the sick with all of the technology we have there, so he can do a better job healing your people.
No, listen, you will not take our mage away from us without doing something, all right? You must do something for us to deserve the mage.
What is it you would have us do, my lady?
You must do some work for us. If taking the mage away with these promises, I don't care if he'll come back or not in a day. You must give us something.
What sort
listen,
of work would you have us do?
we care very little about material goods. Gold means nothing here. Most of the items we have break eventually anyway, so we want action. Action from you.
Yes, what would you like us to do?
She looks at you suspiciously now and goes, "Did you enter the tent and deal with the folks in it?
Which tent?
The one with the untouched.
I don't think so.
The sick, the disease, the one with the slime growing out of them."
Lie? Orpheus cannot lie and therefore go silent.
What? You can't fucking lie?
I mean, I physically can, but I'm really bad.
Oh, I see. We know of no such thing. I think Jaya is like equally as bad as lying.
Yeah, give me a deception check then, Jaya.
Got a 4.
Oh, good.
All right. Vama looks at you, her eyes narrow, and her mouth shrinks into sort of pursed lips as she responds slowly to your sort of waffling, goes, "I left you outside of the building, outside of the tent. I saw half of you place your hands on the untouched. Now listen, if you want to lie to me, be that your damn own prerogative, but the choice remains yours if you'd rather leave here by peace or by force. And if you wish to take the mage, you must do us an action for good. Do you agree to this or not?"
Yes,
Well, we
what
surely
sort
don't
of
mean to
action?
leave by force.
Good,
We
yes.
want to leave peacefully.
Right, then I am doing my best to maintain you here peacefully, but you will not find a meal here, nor will you find bedding for the evening, so it is your choice now whether you wish to engage in an action now, go out and complete some action for me, perhaps some manual labor about town, or if you wish to make your way back into the wilderness.
Let's complete the action now. Yeah, we're ready. We're ready and willing.
I feel like we could use some manual labor.
Yeah,
Sounds
it'd
fitting.
do us good.
Good. Very good. She untenses now, smiles, and leans back a bit. You notice the blue flies above her head had been buzzing a bit faster and louder, humming, or she had gotten a bit angry at you.
Ooh.
Stupid fucking flies.
Yeah, Hire holds back swatting at him.
I will trust that none of you touched the untouched. For if you did, I assume it is not much time before you yourselves would get the same sickness.
Yeah, you don't need to worry about that. No, not a single one of us touched the untouched. I
Good.
figured he had a name for a reason.
I want to very subtly take a step further away from all of my teammates.
You guys,
I'm sure some of them touched them.
you guys take a step from Oriface. Oriface, you touched them.
No, I specifically said I was helping Hire, but I would not touch them directly.
Well, you got within 6 feet, COVID.
Okay, I did get within 6 feet. I was not social distancing.
Well, listen, there's an easy solution to the infection once you gain it. It's just that damn mage, which is to circumvent the obvious solution with some sort of natural remedy, which makes no sense to me.
Do you think? I mean, is he a real mage? Can you trust him?
Well, when he was but 1, he was a very powerful mage. Now that he is but 2, he speaks well of his powers.
So, just maybe
haven't
out of
seen it.
interest, what is the way to cure that?
The Azurthids, the creatures that reside in this plane, that buzz around you right now.
I look around our
That's
heads.
the
Do we
cure?
have them?
Sorry, you guys both spoke at the same time.
I just wanted to look at our heads. Do we have flies?
You look up, you don't see anything.
Okay.
So you're saying that the flies are the cure for the ailment?
Yes, a simple cure. Very, very permanent, too.
Permanent?
So if it's a cure and he has the flies, why can't we touch him? Is he not actually cured then?
None of the untouched have any of the Azurthids circling their head. The sick folk in the cots. Mage Frederick has them circling his head, yes, and he was sick once, but is no longer.
He still kind of looks sick.
And how do we get these Azuridids?
The Azurthids are everywhere at any time. This entire plane, this whole planet is full of them. The Wefts are practically built from them. You need nearly focus on them above your head. If you hear a loud buzzing, you simply sit and wait and focus. And it happens so fast and so beautiful, you barely even recognize it. And then boom, it's done. You become beyond yourself. She smiles like she's remembering something.
So what is our job?
This snaps her out of her little stupor and she goes, "Oh yes, excuse me." She turns back to you all and looks at you with this hard face and goes, "For your mistrust in me and your obvious candor at lying, I'm going to give you a bit of a tough job that we've been waiting on for a while."
Good.
Yay.
Several months ago, the people of Alms defeated a young black dragon. But it took nearly 30 lives. Unfortunately, we were unable to bring back the carcass. There were far too few and there were too injured after the battle, so I would like you to go get it.
How far is it?
It was a mistake to leave the body behind. You see, its body could have fed us for years, armed us with its bones and hide. Now the boulder birds and the wander weavers feast upon what is ours, but we are too few and too weak to reclaim it. Only 1 week ago, I sent out our strongest, bravest warrior to reclaim the body, and he did not return. So I send you now a group to reclaim it. It is close, only a third of a day's travel, but It is a large body. I will send you with our only working cart. Perhaps you could use it and bring back the corpse. Unfortunately, it fell into a deep crevice and is submerged about 3 feet in water.
All right.
And you're sure you want it back?
It is large. It is full of brilliant muscle and fat that we could cook and roast. Its body made of practically black iron, and she gestures around, we could really use the tools. Our stone does not cut as deep. This is your task.
Do
there.
you need it? Do you need it in one piece, or would it be all right if we cut it up and transferred it bit by bit?
Fine if you cut it up. Whatever you find easiest, though I would not spend too much time there. The birds usually fight for their food.
See?
Great.
If you will take our mage Frederick, then prove your worth. Bring us the dragon's remains.
We're on it.
Good. She steps out of the tent flap a bit and walks further off onto the beach, gesturing now with a very wavy finger off into the distance, and goes, "You will travel that way. Just a couple of hours' journey. You will find it is merely the first crevice close to us. It is marked. You'll find a large horn of a giant beetle shoved into the ground to mark the location. It is hard to miss considering the flatness of the terrain. Once you find it there, make your way to the crevice and look down. You will find it in the water below. Perhaps use some sort of distraction to scare off the birds and the spiders, and you can take the body in pieces or as one, whatever you like. I believe the lot of you could probably lift it yourselves. It would be a lot of labor to drag it back, but it's going to be worth it for our community."
Right.
Anything for a community.
Jaya, classic.
Do you know what scares the birds and the spiders?
Her lips curl up into a smile now as she points delicately to the flies buzzing above her head. We do.
What?
Oh, the flies frighten them. Is that what you mean? Sorry, the Azurites. I understand now.
Good. I thought you would. Your bow earlier signified nobility. I assume you have some sense of these things.
I've dedicated my entire existence to serving nobility, so yes, quite.
Then go out there, bring back the corpse, and the mage is yours. It should not take longer than a day. Though night draws near, I recommend you sleep before you go.
I want to look at my group. Do I think the hours spent sleeping would be worth it? I feel perhaps we should just keep it going.
I agree.
You guys have been traveling all day today, specifically walking and climbing up and down these enormous gorges. Jaya, you've spent the better part of the day inside, so you're not exactly feeling exhausted, but the rest of you, if you were to continue traveling for the rest of the day, I'm going to make you enter into some exhaustion effects. We're going to have to play with some rolls.
I think we can handle that.
It's okay, the protector has energy, and that's all that matters.
Yes, the protectors have our energy.
Guys, I feel as if this hasn't been the best day for me. Maybe I'm thinking I'll take the flies. That'll give us an advantage in the fight.
Wait, you want to accept the Azurites into yourself?
I feel like it would make the fight easy. We could kind of get in and get out. I could also be cured, not infect other people. I feel
Ira,
like...
why the fuck would you do that? We don't know if there's a way to cure it.
They seem to... I want to, be quiet, so hopefully Valmus can't hear me. They seem to mess with your brain higher. I don't know if you would still be, you.
Oh. Okay. Well, just putting it out there, I guess. Yeah. I didn't realize it was that bad. We should just go do it though anyway, right?
Wait, we should talk about this. What do the flies do? Nobody told me anything.
Shut up, I have a good idea. Does anyone have blue paint?
Wow. Well, no, I don't have glue paint.
Why would anyone have fucking blue paint? Jesus.
Are you hungry? Are you hangry? Is that what it is?
Oh,
Do
listen,
you need a
fuck
snack?
you, absent dad.
Oh no.
I feel like I would have a snack somewhere or like a ration or something in my bag. Can I give that to him? Kind of like a Snickers
You
bar.
dig around
type
in your
of
bag
vibe.
and you can find some rations and you pass it over. He looks at you suspiciously and he goes, "Listen, just because I'm accepting this doesn't mean you're right." And he snatches it.
He's hangry.
I knew it.
Shut up. He snacks
Yeah,
on it.
yeah.
Vama
do you have
turns
any
to
blue
you
paint?
and goes, What need would you have for blue paint? It is a rarity here. Only our finest artists and craftsmen use it."
I want to hold up Lettermore. I was thinking I could disguise him as a sort of a giant blue azurite, and perhaps it would scare off the spiders and such very efficiently.
I suppose if you'd like, though, you can't beat the genuine article. Would you like me to invite them
I'm
above
sure.
your head?
No, thank you. Thank you for the offer, though. But it's actually not my head.
Well, you wouldn't die. It is merely a
Oh, no, I can't do
possession
that.
of
I'm not
sorts.
alive. But I'm alright. There's sort of enough of us in here as it is.
Your personality would barely be lost. It is almost like cloning.
That's not me. That's not me. I died. No, thank you. But the blue paint, though.
I'd prefer you get the genuine article. I don't want you to fake it.
Okay, we'll come up with something different then. Thank you, Vama.
Fine. It is not our goal to force them upon you. You must accept them. You must accept us.
Well, I'm sure one of these bitches are bound to get infected. There, look at them.
You look around, Malaga scratches his butt, and then points at Orpheus and laughs.
Orpheus puts his hand
I'm
out of
sure
the
we'll
air.
have the flies at some point.
Alright,
So
so
are we
what's the
gonna get
plan? We just go
on our way
and
now?
blazing?
Yeah, I guess.
I think, yes. We
The
should.
sooner the better, right?
Yeah.
We got folks waiting.
All right, you guys turn your way around now, and Vamas waves you off and goes, "Bring back the dragon, and you may have our mage."
Understood.
And you guys walk off out of the village, and the sun is beginning to set now. And I would like everyone to make a Constitution saving throw for me, please.
Oh, no.
Thank you, DM.
13!
Jaya, you may roll this with advantage, considering you have spent most of the day inside.
Thank God, because I got a nat one.
That'll do.
Okay.
Here, just remember your rolls for a sec. Once everyone finishes rolling, I'll tell you the DC, and we'll decide who made it.
17 minus 1. 16.
Ooh. Okay, has everyone rolled yet?
You sound great.
21.
I got
13!
16.
14.
11.
Oh.
All right.
Fat 11.
Nice. The DC for this was 14.
No! Beat it, baby!
So, yeah. So that means Demos and Orpheus.
It's -2 for all. Yeah, it's -2 for all rolls. And if you get an extra level, then it's -4 to all rolls. And then your speed is reduced by 5. And that's it.
Wow.
The new rules is pretty much as you increase in levels, you essentially like double your the negative score to your rolls.
Sick.
So essentially it's -2 to everything and you have 5 less speed.
So doable.
So doable. I'm still faster than y'all.
Yeah.
You wish.
Fast.
You're
Hippo.
most definitely faster than me.
Okay, so
What's
until
his
your next
speed?
long rest, then Demos and Orpheus, I'll remind you guys that you are rolling at a -2.
My walking speed is 30, but I imagine I would walk slower than that.
You sort of got a hunch when you walk.
Really hustling.
Sort of hunchy when you walk. As you guys are making your way out
but
now, listen, as we're all leaving, listen, I just want to sort of put some things at ease here before we likely fight some birds. Orpheus, me and Hire were looking to apologize.
Where do you know?
That's right. Hire said he had a few words he wanted to say.
Well, I guess.
What would you like to say?
I feel like earlier I didn't understand everything that I do now. And for that, I'm sorry for what occurred earlier.
I appreciate that, Tyre. It shows a lot of strength of character to apologize, and I want to hug you. I want to say, I never doubted you, to be honest. I knew you were just under bad advice.
And
Thank
I
you,
also have a
that
lot of
means
sound
a lot.
character as well.
Nope, none whatsoever. All right,
Because
shall we go?
Yeah, all right, let's go.
Good
And you guys
attempt.
begin walking your way out into the wilderness here. You guys make your way back out into the heart of this great planet. The terrain here, again, is these jagged black rocks stretching out in uneven ridges, almost like waves frozen in stone, like ribs, perhaps. Narrow valleys wind between the ridges, filled with deep pools of brackish water, hundreds of feet down. Above you now, there's still no visible clouds, yet the air is just very dense and oppressive, like a heavy rain just finished. The sun is now set, and around you is this sort of overwhelming darkness. You'd have no stars above you, no moon in the sky. The clouds above you are sort of a light gray, as if there was perhaps light behind them, but you can't see it anymore. And it adds to a very dark light around you all. The only light you can see now is the distant campfire light of far off villages and tribes, as well as the close tribe of Alms that you see the roaring campfire for the evening. You can even see the very distant wispy blue lights of the glowing flies buzzing around a couple of people's heads. There looks to be quite a crowd around the campfire tonight, all in a big circle. As you guys make your way across the surface now, who all has dark vision here? How about this? Does anyone not have dark vision?
Me.
Oh, Dulam.
That's a great
Dulam,
question.
no.
I thought we found out that, like, almost no one has dark vision.
I have dark vision.
I have
Sorry.
it.
Oh, I have it.
I don't think I do.
Oh.
I can't fucking see.
Help me, please. Help me. All right, so in that case, Dulam and Jaya, one of you guys will likely need to light a torch to guide your path tonight.
Okay. I can light the torch.
All right, Jaya,
Okay,
you
so-
light a torch. I mean, you have one in your inventory, right? You could just go ahead and track off one.
Yeah.
As you light it up, and it lights up the air around you all, and you all sort of become in stark relief to the blackness around you as you're all lit up by the orange light. You guys continue your way, traveling slowly now, keeping an eye on the rocky terrain beneath you. It's sort of like slate. It's sheers and flat plains, and every once in a while you'll find a large plain that looks to have been battered by something, in either tectonic movement perhaps, or some sort of battle was waged there. And off to your side as you walk, you see the drop down of the gorge next to you. You're basically walking on the top of a cliffside edge with a 200, 300-foot drop right beside you. So your steps are careful, especially at night, where any wrong slip up could send you careening down into the deep river below. On your travels, would you guys like to do anything?
I think I would just stay towards the back of the group and just keep an eye out.
Okay, you keep an eye out at the back. Malagus sticks near you higher and sort of whispers under his breath like, stupid fucking people always throwing a fit, and I'm not doing anything. I'm tired. I'm gonna go to bed.
Malagus, I'd love to have you with me, but I do think you might get sick at some point or another, but though I guess I'm not sure when.
I'm not gonna get sick. I'm fine. I have a high constitution.
I'm glad one of us does, buddy. Got that -1. Anyways, come on, we're going, bud.
On that note, I will make it a point to explicitly state that I will not touch anybody in the group for a while.
Yeah, I am also not touching. I'm bringing my
I think
face
Hire's-
covering even further around me.
Hire's keeping like a small distance from everyone else and was trying to dissuade Malagus, but I guess now us two are keeping our distance.
Listen, why is everyone got their fucking panties in a twist? We're not gonna run into any trouble tonight. Oh, fine, all right. I'll shut up.
It's just more of a precaution. I mean, I think it would be best to avoid anything. I would not want flies.
You know, this morning we were having fun. Remember, we were all chatting about funny things, and Demos almost slipped, and we were all laughing about that and good fun. And now everyone's in a pissy mood.
I miss you
I blame
guys.
Jaya.
No, I feel great. I think we are getting along just fine. How'd I give you your snack?
It was
worst
good,
of
but I'm
days.
still hungry.
Oh, so you are hungry. Okay.
He's always like this,
Yeah.
Shia. If anything, it's gotten worse since you left the group. He always has an attitude, and he's always telling lies, and he's very untrustworthy.
Are you in pain, like physically? Is there anything hurting on your body?
Yes, it
No.
is. We've learned that.
No, I'm
He
fine.
broke his
Where does it
arm
hurt?
at one point.
No, I'm fine. Leave me alone.
Okay. But, if it gets to a point, you'll let me know.
Malagus, sleeves.
What does that mean?
Roll up your sleeves.
He curses under his breath, and you see him hike up his greasy green sleeves to reveal two sort of
Ew.
tan arms, a bit hairy underneath. One of them has a old red welt on it.
Does it look
Mhm.
okay?
Yeah, it looks better since Hire got a chance to heal it.
See, he's just a bitch because it's his personality.
All right, fine. I broke my arm a while ago, but it's fixed now, and that's all that's wrong with me. Leave me alone.
Okay.
I feel like. Are you sure there isn't anything else medical going on, buddy?
I'm fine. Leave me alone.
Okay. We just want
That's
to
all
help.
up in my business.
We just want to help.
We're just looking out for you.
Listen, that's sweet, but I that's what I'm trying to tell Oraface. I can take care of myself.
Oh, no, I don't doubt that. Otherwise, you wouldn't have made it this long.
Dumb luck.
So I don't doubt that. It's just, there are certain things only other people can, heal sometimes.
Dad.
He was probably a fatherless child.
Seems
Yes,
like
fine, Jaya. Thank you. That's sweet. All right, I appreciate your kindness. I'm all right right now. Don't you guys are too busy worrying about me? Take inventory of your own selves, huh? Look at Orpheus over here, practically falling asleep at the wheel. Malagus gestures to you, and sure enough, you guys can see Orpheus does look noticeably sleepier and more like ragged than normal.
Okay, I'll go in the front then with Orpheus.
And Demos over there, I think, is sleepwalking.
It's true.
Yeah. Somebody walk behind
Demos,
Demos just in
no!
case.
God, we need more of that caffeine stuff that Samir was showing us.
That would be nice.
God, I
Jaya,
hate
just as you're
Caffeine addictions.
Jaya, just as you're moving to the front of the pack, you were sort of watching up behind you, and just as you go to turn your head to walk back to the front, you see there's something bobbing up and down, moving quickly towards you from the direction of Alms, the tent town. It looks to be a small blue halo, a circle of flies, bouncing up and down, moving quickly towards you from that direction. You don't see anything else besides that.
Flies!
Wait. I cover my head.
Something over there. And I'm pointing towards them.
You point. You guys turn now to also see it. It looks like in the distance, a small blue circle of flies bobbing up and down in its direction towards you.
So should we run? Should we wait?
She said he wouldn't take us if we didn't invite them, right? So we should be
Has
okay?
anybody accepted the flies into their heart? Be honest.
I was
No.
real close there for a second, but no.
I'm a little scared because I think it's like possession shit, like zombie shit, and I don't like that.
Me neither.
I think we should wait to fight until like the last second, almost. Like
Well, I'm not going
They
to
might
attack
not-
the flies.
they might not harm us.
I just want everyone to know I had something hateful I was going to say to Orpheus there, but I didn't. So I should get
Know what
points.
you were going to say.
Good
That-
for you, buddy. Good for you.
Thank you. Can I have another
That sounds
snack?
like improvement.
Orpheus, don't ask, please. Don't.
I already know what he was going to say, and I'm already mad about it regardless.
What? You don't know what I was going to say.
Yes, you're going to make a comment about you being afraid of possession because I'm over here possessing Iceland, even though it's more like she's possessing me.
You are possessing that body. You're one to fucking talk glass houses, Orpheus.
I'm not. I have been kidnapped.
Snack, please.
It's unwillingful, and Malagus, I will say you did end up saying the hurtful thing anyway.
Yes.
Wait, so do
So-
I get a snack?
So that would mean no snack, I believe, in this case.
Oh no.
You know, if you guys can go without bickering for, at least 10 more minutes, then you deserve a snack.
How about we go without shocking forever?
Man, this bread reminds me of Grimhawk. Things were better there.
You guys watch the bobbing blue circle make its way closer and closer and closer. No one wants to do anything?
Keep walking on our normal path.
All right. Dulam turns back around and keeps walking.
I probably try to notebook and walk. Realize it's too hard and just give up. Probably.
All right. Then, after a few moments, your torchlight reveals something beneath the blue glowing circle of flies, and you see a person, a human, running toward you guys.
Oh, that is indeed a human. Or maybe not a human, but that is a person right there.
A humanoid, yeah. Running towards you now, and they stop just at the edge of your torchlight and drop down, hands on their knees, and goes, sorry to scare you like that. The elder just forgot to warn you of something.
Is this Frederick, or is this another person?
This looks to be someone you guys have not met. This looks to be one of the villagers that lived in the town of Alms behind you. This is not someone you guys discussed with. It is someone, however, you sort of saw poking their head out of the tents watching you guys.
Okay.
It's a shorter man with thin cropped hair, not quite buzzed, but chopped really short to the head and big bushy eyebrows. He looks at you with small eyes behind like a big Roman nose, and he goes, listen, I'm sorry I scared you. I just, the elder wanted to warn you of something. Oh, give me a second. And he drops his head down, and you see the flies follow along with it quickly.
Yes, what do you...
So he still looks sick
must
to
you
me.
warn us about?
Oh, right. The Vama wanted to let you know that there is a creature out here to watch out for. It is called the Taker of Life, a great creature of enormous size that lives in tunnels beneath us.
Does it have, sort of
Good.
see-through pseudopods?
Yes, ghostly, it's almost tentacle-like arms, hands
Oh,
that reach
Oh.
up from the tunnels. Watch out for it, she warns. It is dangerous. Oh,
thank you for the warning. And, if you could pass on our thanks to her as well.
yes, I will. All right, I'll head back now. I just thought I would warn you. She made it very clear to stay as far away from it as possible.
All right. Yeah, that's the thing Malagus almost got himself killed by last night.
No, I was fine. I kept a safe distance. It's like a touch tank. 2 fingers on at a time, you know? It's like good sex.
Oh,
What a repulsive man.
I mean, most of us wouldn't know. Malagus, you're probably the
Yeah.
expert here.
Yeah. Actually, none of us except Jaya. Maybe Deimos. Jaya, that's
maybe
another thing we
Deimos.
discovered while you were away.
Undisclosed.
All of us are virgins, except maybe Deimos.
Now why did that come up?
Well, it's just sort of something that brought us closer together.
And you can't be a virgin, Jaya, I guess, with your kids.
Unless they're adopted.
Yeah, did you adopt?
No, they are mine.
Okay. That's cool too.
The figure who bows deeply and turns away now with the blue flies above his head begins running back now toward the huffing and puffing back toward what looks like the city. You see the blue halo of flies bobbing up and down off in the distance again.
So, do we think that means we should not go near the pseudopods or definitely go near the pseudopods?
Oh, this is interesting. I think we definitely need to fucking go near it, because that lady was creepy as shit, right? And she didn't really have our best interests at heart. Maybe the pseudopods can get us to do something, like maybe they grab us and then kill us. No, hold on. Maybe they kill us and then
veto.
bring us back to life somewhere else. But then I died.
No, yeah, they're killing us. We share her interests now at least, because she wants the carcass of their creature. So I think it is a genuine warning.
Has anyone else found it weird that she hasn't sent anybody to collect this carcass in, what did she say, months? I mean, it can't be that hard to pull a dragon out of a hole.
I mean, they don't have a lot of people, right? And if it's heavy at all, they're all pretty malnutritioned. malnourished, I mean.
Yeah. Even though he says that they're cured, I don't know if I fully believe that, just judging by the way that they look.
They don't have any food, and I wouldn't be surprised if those flies are parasitic and, taking away their energy with time.
That's
Maybe they don't look
interesting.
good.
Because they were saying the flies cured whatever interdimensional disease they had here, which is all well and good, but what if the flies themselves are a disease?
Almost certainly they are, right?
So then what if the disease
would
isn't
think so.
real?
Hmm.
I mean, you guys saw the guy who got up in bed. Why would you have to keep a guy asleep all day if he was sick?
It is strange. She also said sitting still was what allowed the flies to get to you.
And they wanted to move around all day. Well, maybe not move around. The guy said one of them wanted to just go on the ocean.
Maybe the flies can't get you in the water.
Yeah, wouldn't that be a good way to try to get rid of them?
Maybe. I was in the ocean for a while and nothing attacked me. I was still for like an hour. It was awesome. That's when Hire came and bothered me. You remember Hire?
Yeah.
You should be nicer to Hire. He might be your last friend.
No, you all love me. Right? Can I hear a yes, Malagus?
Yes, Malagus.
Aye.
Got one.
Got one. I'll take it. Hire, you said
I
it too,
don't
right?
want-
It's a little quiet.
Yeah, no, I said it.
Good.
I want us to all have a good time and just get her done.
Thanks, Sarge.
We gotta get her done.
What if we do an experiment, right? You guys tie a rope around my waist, and I'll go make friends with the pseudopod.
I
What if
think
the
you're the
rope
last person we'd
breaks?
choose to make friends with anyone.
I thought you would like that idea, Oro, to tie him and feed him to the pseudopod.
We don't want him to get himself killed.
Yeah, when are you gonna drop this shit, alright? Are you gonna be upset at me all day? Because we're gonna have to work together eventually.
What was it? Probably, all month? Was that what you said? Asshole.
No, that's not how it works.
No more of this conversation. Malagus, I'm not, no. You can do what you want. Feed yourself to the pseudopod. It's a good idea. It's a great idea.
He frowns.
I whisper to Malagus, buddy, sometimes people need some space.
Yeah, alright, sorry, Hire. I hope I'm not upsetting you either. I thought we were friends,
No, we are.
Hey, thanks, man.
I think Oro definitely needs some space right now.
Can I show you something I found earlier?
Oh yeah, buddy.
He digs in one of his coat pockets. You see his hands, slurp audibly as they go in one. He pulls it out a second later and drops something in your open, scaly hand. And it's small, so small that the wind might take it away. You have to sort of cup it to keep it in. And you look and you see a sort of sickly pink little bug, like a fly, dead in your hand.
Oh.
I snatched one out of the ring of that shithead Frederick.
Oh my god.
They're blue normally, but look, not when they're dead.
Oh. Interesting. I thought he almost would feel that.
You'd think so, right? I was really worried he'd kill me for it.
Malagus, that was quite risky. But I guess
Sort
it
of a
worked
bad
out.
boy.
Don't we have someone in the group that knows Revivify? Or not Revivify, sorry, Identify?
I know Identify. I'm not so sure it works on living creatures, but pass it over.
It's not living anymore.
Yeah, it is a corpse.
I will cast Identify upon this as we walk, given that someone will guide me while I'm focused.
Well, who's going to guide you?
I'll give Malagus a good pat on the back.
I would try to hold on to Jaya.
Malagus smiles, sort of dances a little bit, and eats his snack.
I'll guide Oro.
Thank you, Dulam. I put one hand on Dulam's head.
All right, you guys walk for another 10 minutes now, making your way deeper out onto the crags. The landscape here is still just as dark as when you left, but no longer do you have the passive light from the giant bonfire behind you in the city. Now the bonfire is but yet another distant flame roaring like many of the tribes that live on this planet. You walk now in darkness, surrounded by that infinite buzzing sound of unseen insects. It's bothersome, and all of you have sort of gotten used to it at this point, but every time there's a silent moment, you just sort of hear this tinnitus, like things are flying around your very ears. But you keep walking for a while. You don't see any signs of large life. Every once in a while, you'll hear the distant flap of wings or the cry of a bird, but you don't see anything nearby. And you continue walking. After 10 minutes goes by, Orpheus, would you read me the spell description of Identify? Does this work on living things?
You choose one object that you must touch throughout the casting of the spell. If it is a magic item or some other magic-imbued object, you learn its properties and how to use them, whether it requires attunement to use, and how many charges it has, if any. You learn whether any spells are affecting the item and what they are. If the item was created by a spell, you learn which spell created it. If you instead touch a creature throughout the casting, you learn what spells, if any, are currently affected.
Oh, okay.
That last part, I think, new with 5.5e.
Yeah.
Huge.
That's something. That's new. That's cool. Okay, so let me see what is on this little guy. There is a spell that is being cast on this creature.
Okay.
Well,
The spell cast on this thing is Planar Ally.
Okay. What do I know?
You know, I guess if you want to sort of intuit into that spell, do you learn what this spell does?
Okay, it doesn't say that. It just says you learn whether any spells are affecting and what they are. I guess it's up to you how much I learn about the spell, because I feel like I wouldn't just learn the name of the spell, you know? Like, I don't know.
Yeah, all right. The spell basically is a spell of summoning from one plane to another. For example, we'll use the example of like a fae. If you cast Planar Ally, you may basically beseech the fae creature to you.
Okay.
And then ask it to perform a service. It isn't obliged to do so.
Mm-hmm.
There is like a payment involved in some way, basically. Like it's usually transactional. It's not like a forced spell.
Okay. It doesn't compel them, it just summons them to ask for help.
To do something there. And the creature is basically like enlisted to you. It helps you.
Okay.
Famously, this spell, though, does connect with the famous fae thing of if you speak a creature's true name, then that is how you summon them to you. You can't just summon something based on like I want a prince to come to me. You have to know their real name to summon them.
I see, okay. So, does this thing appear fey?
You look at it, it's a fly, small, sort of sickly pink fly. It's dead.
Glowing?
It is no longer glowing, it is flat.
True. I'm trying to remember the other ones I've seen today as well.
You want to make an insight check, or perhaps a nature check is right.
Okay, yeah. Dirty 20.
Okay. You look at this creature, you're not sure it's fey. If anything, you'd likely imagine it would be just like a beast. It doesn't really give you like completely fey. What's that?
It doesn't seem like super magic.
It does. I mean, the fact that it was glowing bright blue does seem very magic to you.
Okay.
I guess what do you ask?
I guess I want to try. Okay, here's what I want. I want to see if anything, and I know this is a long shot, but if anything I've heard about any plane leads me to have any idea of what plane this could be from.
Sure. Yeah. Well, we'll go off the 20 that you got then.
Okay.
And anyone else can also look at this and help if you would like.
sure. I'll help.
Never. Yeah.
Got him.
So should I roll again, or is everyone gonna roll?
Go ahead, roll again. Give me advantage.
Well,
If
it's
what kind of check is it?
Nature, I think.
We'll go with nature. I like nature.
My second
Okay.
roll was lower, so dirty 20 for me.
All right.
What's
do you
your
got, Jaya?
int higher? Higher? What's your int?
My int is +2.
Okay, I'll say that I helped Orpheus to give him advantage, and then higher. I think you should roll individually because my int is -1.
Okay.
Jaya, you're looking and poking and prodding. Yeah, this looks right here like an insect.
Looks like a bug.
Oof, rough one for me. 6.
Okay. Higher, you're not exactly sure. It just looks like a fly to you.
Yeah, that's a fly right there. I know that one.
But Orpheus, you got a 20. You guys are all sort of looking at it. Dulam, you are guiding Orpheus. You got him by the shoulder, right?
Yeah.
Nice. All right, cool. Looking at this, then, you sort of think about it for a second, Orpheus, and you come to the conclusion that you're like, this is sort of a beast, and it seems magical, but it's not giving you, absolute celestial or fey vibes. You are sort of intuiting that this might be some sort of beastland beast.
Oh, Bagatha. It's just like Bagatha.
I'd rather not think this is like Bagatha.
No, I mean, it seems to be from the Beastlands to me.
Interesting.
What does that mean? Does that mean we need to, turn them into monkeys or whatever you think?
No, I mean, I guess what I didn't say I should have is I think someone is summoning this here. It's not natural.
Oh, see, that feeds into our hypothesis even more that they're just here to take over.
Yeah, maybe someone's taking advantage of the terrain.
All right, you guys continue walking then. After 2 or so hours of walking, you guys pass a huge outcropping of those holes in the ground. These are about man size, humanoid size, 5-6 feet in diameter. Huge, what look like wormholes that burrow into the slate ground. They're smooth around the edges, and a cold breeze slowly blows up from inside. You kind of have to walk around them a bit, doing a sort of chosen path, and Malagus sort of puts his foot kind of deep in one and goes, look, see, what if we go in?
Definitely
No.
not.
Yeah, but what if she's wrong? And he pulls his foot up, and you see just on the edge of your periphery a tiny, translucent white arm reach up after Malagus's foot and disappear back into the hole after he pulls away.
I think even if she's wrong, it might be for our best interest to not get involved with that.
Well, yeah, but people are constantly tricking us, What if it, gives you 100 gold and pats you on the butt and sends you on your way?
I think regardless of what she has said, I am independently also making the decision that we should not go down there.
Oh no, I'm Malagus and people aren't honest to me all the time.
I'm just saying, she called it what? The
Jesus
taker of
Christ.
life? Nobody called something the taker of life because it actually takes lives.
That's exactly why people would call it that. What do you mean?
Oh, okay. I wouldn't call it that.
What would you call it?
Well, if it was me and I stumbled across a green land, you know what I'd call it?
What?
Iceland.
Iceland, that's right.
Malagus, I don't think that makes a lick of sense. You're saying nothings over here.
And if I stumbled across an Iceland, you know what I'd call that?
Orpheus.
Whatever, fine. I know you guys have had enough of Malagus for the day, so I'll just shut up. He shoves his hands in his pockets deep and pushes up his shoulders and walks behind you guys.
I place an arm on him, there, buddy, it's okay. Take some time if you need.
He leans into it a bit. He seems absolutely touch-starved.
Meow.
Real.
Hello?
Meow. Meow. Meow.
That one makes no sense. You guys didn't even meow when he caught a bug.
Oh shit.
Right then, so you guys all continue on your way in the darkness, traveling a bit further. About 3 hours goes by now, and on your walk, I suppose whoever's at the front, Jaya, catches it first. You see, shoved into the crag rocks in front of you, the slate looks like a giant, almost ivory-like horn of a giant beetle, a rhino beetle specifically, something of enormous proportions. The hooked horn of the rhino beetle looks to have been embedded in the stone upside down to stick up like a post. This seems to be what the village elder identified to you, and it's quite beautiful looking. You think you could probably wield this like a sword.
Whoa.
Oh my god. Okay, I won't swing it around.
But why not? We should swing it around.
I want to refrain.
Nah, I gotta swing it around.
Helicopter.
Can I inspect it?
Sure, give me let me think. I suppose what do you want to, just investigate it?
I want to see, the craftsmanship. Like, have I seen better swords? Also, maybe I feel like maybe the sword has something hidden. I do want to see if there's like a button or anything that I can press.
Okay, it is not an actual sword. It's still like a part of a beetle, but give me an investigation check.
Secrets, please.
I still feel it in my heart. Oh god, well I got a 9, so I don't see shit but the fucking beetle thing.
All right, you guys see Jaya walk over to the giant horn, sort of shake it a bit, prod at it a bit, and walk away, shaking his head.
Oh,
You find anything over there, old man?
So it's naturally made, it's not like a man-made thing.
That's right, old man.
Fuck you.
Came from a big bug. You ever seen a big bug?
Well, I haven't seen bugs this fucking big, okay?
Well, me neither, but me good old Malagus brain could intuit its size.
Fuck you.
And
I'm
its
the only one that's
weaknesses.
nice to you, bitch.
It's alright, wait till you see me in battle. I actually have offensive capabilities now.
And yet no one likes him anyways.
What was that, Orpheus?
I said, and yet you're still not that helpful.
Can I smack him with the beetle thing?
Yeah, you sort of unbed it from the earth, pull it out. It's got a nice weight in your hands. If not a sword, you could really use this as a heavy club.
Oh, fuck yeah. I'm taking this shit.
Cool. You want to
I'm
add
engraving it.
one beetle horn to your inventory? The way it looks, just like for a description of you, if you guys know what like rhino beetles look like, it basically looks like the front horn of those insects. It's like the giant rod with the two little prongs on the edge, almost like a twig, and it's got this not translucent, like a pearlescent vibe to it. One direction you look at it, it's green, and as you twist it, it sort of turns yellow.
Oh, how big are we talking? Like, how heavy is it? Would you say?
Iridescent is what I mean. It's thin, but it's heavy. It's like picking up like a metal baseball bat about. It's got like a good weight in your hands, and it looks
Yeah.
solid.
Fuck yeah.
This basically can serve as a club, so if you use a club for any reason, you can use this instead, and it looks cooler.
Fuck yeah.
Little horn.
It is, what's the word I'm looking for? Not pearlescent, not iridescent.
Holographic?
Maybe holographic.
Monochrome?
Or maybe iridescent is the word I want.
Yeah, I think iridescent sounds right, personally.
Okay, we'll go with iridescent. Word of the day. Word of the day. So you pull it up from the ground, and now there's no more marker in the ground, and Malagus goes, wait, what was that there for? Were you supposed to get something from that?
Yes, that marks where the dragon is.
Was it like pointing or something? Or he looks around.
I thought it was just beneath the water right here. Can I look in the puddle? She said
You
it was
approach
too
the edge
down.
and you look down, and the drop is again, it's like 100, 200 feet down, and your dark vision just doesn't reach that far.
I think here's where we climb down and search for it.
Aye. Sounds good.
All right, you guys want to give me your climbing mini game rolls? So yeah, could you guys give me an acrobatics or athletics check for your climb down if you have climbing gear? If you do not have climbing gear, it is just going to be a disadvantage roll for that.
Can I give Deimos my extra pittons, and then using my artificer prowess, start trying to make a little makeshift harness around him with some of my extra rope? I could also spend an hour to make climbing tools as part of my artificer trait, but it would just take an hour.
Deimos, what do you think?
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. We could also, if we really had to, we could just use the one featherfall scroll we have.
Oh.
You know, I will also say I'm not too bad a climber, so I could just climb down without gear and cast that on me if I start to fall.
Yeah.
That would be very kind. Optimal as a group.
I tossed Deimos my climber's gear. Crack my knuckles. You know, really anything physical involving coordination I've excelled at as long as I've been in existence. I'll hop over the ledge.
Nice. All right. Could I get everyone to make that roll, please?
Dang, Oro, you're so brave.
Oh, keep going. 14.
14.
Oh
All right, nice. What else we got?
15.
Nice.
7.
Womp.
So, do I make the thing with advantage?
Straight roll
Or do I just
because you have
climb?
climbing gear.
I had
Okay.
a +2.
Oh
or
shit, I was supposed to
+5.
roll at disadvantage. I fucked up. Let me roll again. I did it
Are
straight
you
roll.
fucking kidding me?
Oh, I got
I'm gonna kill myself.
okay, 13 this time.
When I got 15.
Okay, nice. Well, so the DC for this was a 10.
Mm.
So that's just poor higher.
Oh
Well,
no.
I got a
5.
nat 1, so...
No, you did what? No, Annette.
No. Well, if it helps, Higher and Jaya, Malagus also failed because he got an 11, but he's at -2 because he's sleepy.
Oh, I forgot my -2. Okay, I'm at 11.
You're still above, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm still above.
Okay, so Higher, Jaya, and Malagus, as part of your descent, because it is, sort of dark and you guys are using torchlight to guide your way. I mean, at this point, Jaya, you've basically got a torch in one hand and the climbing gear and belaying down in the other, which obviously does not go well as you sort of slip and fall a little bit. I would like all three of you guys, as part of your descent, you all three fell about 10 feet at differing points.
Dead.
Higher, this was near the bottom. You were climbing your way down, just about to make your way to landing on an alcove, like a craggy outcropping that you could survey the pools beneath. You slipped a bit and fell, and you take 3 points of bludgeoning damage on your fall.
So close.
Malagus slips in the same spot you did, not 10 seconds later, cracking his ass and also taking 3 points of damage. And as you're sort of pointing at Malagus and laughing, you hear this as this big heavy hippo falls from 10 feet above that, slamming into the ground.
No!
Jaya, as you smack the ground, could you please take 8 points of bludgeoning damage as you fall hard?
Oh, you're fine.
I tank that so good.
Okay. The rest of you guys make it down without problem. All right, so you guys make your way now down into the crags. Deeper inside of the rocky outcroppings, you basically lowered yourself into one of these long crags along the high mountains that you've been walking along. Where just a moment ago you were walking alongside a cliffside, now you've descended deeper into the cliff itself. Down here you enter into what is effectively a small bowl. Normally a river runs in between each of these large mountaintops, but here the river has sort of run itself into a rock and seems to be eating away through it slowly, trying to chip away to the other side, connecting with itself a river further along. Yet nevertheless, here is sort of a pool of water. You look down now using what little light there is from the sky above you and your torches as well as your own dark vision to look down now. You've all descended, I would wager about 150 feet or so, during which some of you have sustained a bit of falling damage. Jaya, the worst. Jaya, you've got a big bruise on your ass.
Whoa.
I'm fucking dead.
Looking down now, though, you see the following sight. The river that runs into this little oval, this pool of water that is forming here, moves slow. It's brackish black water now looking in the dark. You can not see through barely an inch of it. And it moves slowly, running as if it's pushing against the very salt within the water itself. In the pool, you see a hulking figure. It blends in with the darkness well, and it took a moment to notice, but there exists here an practically legendary creature dead to the world. Its huge black wings stretch out wide, its giant scaled black body half submerged in the brackish water. You see its head lolled over, half of its face sticking out of the water, the other half submerged, and its long, muscled tail weaves almost like a coiled rope in a couple circles behind it. This young black dragon looks to have been dead for definitely weeks at the least. You see its rotting flesh and scales slowly giving way to the elements. Most creatures that would have been dead this long would likely just be skin and bone at this point, but The dragon's tough scales have made it much more difficult for creatures to get in and eat the flesh beneath. You notice, though, however, there are not but a few creatures who are certainly trying. A few birds, these boulder birds, giant vultures, 3 of them, sat up atop the corpse of the young dragon, picking away at the scales, trying to dig through to the meat beneath. Additionally, those long-legged spiders, almost like daddy longlegs, but stretched out to huge proportions, practically the size of the birds too, but just way more spindly, also creep and crawl over the dragon's corpse. You see the wormling itself is not picked clean yet, but definitely missing a few chunks of muscled meat here and there, and rotting away. You're sure on closer inspection you might find some more putrid infestation deeper inside, but from the outside these large animals are what you can see. You notice both the 3 birds and the 2 spiders that you can see here have those now sort of infamous little blue circle of flies above their head. They also seem to be possessed by the azure therids that reside in this plane. They seem to not bother each other, sort of picking away at the creature independently, moving slowly, not without rush. They seem to have sort of claimed this territory and are making their slow but dedicated process in tearing it apart and decomposing the body. It still, however, is a pretty impressive body. You are sure that with all the rope you have, it would take a lot of manpower and a lot of knot tying to drag this thing up the side of the rocks, let alone scare off these animals. For those of you who have dealt with animals of this nature before, you're sure they probably fought off a lot of creatures to get this boon, and they will be happy to fight off more. This is what you see in front of you all. You seem all well hidden at this point. None of the creatures are exactly making their way towards you, and the birds haven't really noticed you, neither the spiders, and even though you have a torchlight, they seem much more interested in tearing apart the giant corpse of the wormling in front of them. For a lot of you, this is probably the first time you've ever seen a dragon. And for Demos and higher, you both feel a bit of that draconic bloodline in you looking at this thing. This is where you came from.
You feel like going dragon noise? Like roaring?
Probably like a that.
Was that good? Did that inspire
No,
you?
that's actually your Doberman Dalmatian.
Inspired me.
What would a
Thank-
dragon... I feel like dragons would be more like birds, but roaring would be more like...
So I did the first part. You incorporated the second part, though, very well.
Thank you. Thank you. I try.
I turned to Deimos. God, I thought these beasts were supposed to be the ones on top.
Well, they were felled by those strange villagers, so I don't know what they have at their disposal.
If it makes you and your kind feel a little better, they did say it took like 30 fucking people to kill this thing.
I can't imagine what it would feel like to being attacked by 30 people at once and killed dead.
Yeah, I couldn't fucking imagine.
A lot of hate. Anyways.
Demos, you fucking looking around.
What?
But Demos is also a sort of Draconid that took on 30 people at once, but in Demos's state, it was more like a
that's fair.
fireball.
Demos came out on top.
Yeah, you would not be felled. This guy,
Exactly.
though?
So really, these guys are just sort of weak, huh?
Exactly.
Nice. Well, okay, so this is the site before you guys. What do you want to do?
I hate leading with this, but should we just start attacking the animals, or...
Is there anything else we can do but attack?
I could try casting fear on them, see if they run away.
I like that.
I like that.
I like that a lot. Because I don't think we could take on that. I don't think we could take that on right now.
You're pretty strong, Jaya.
I mean, we could, but...
Oh, and just for the map here, just for y'all's note, each of these sort of rocky faces is a 20-foot drop. So each level is 20 foot from the next. So you'll notice there's sort of ramps. So from up here to down here is a 40-foot drop because you can see it past 2 levels. Here's one of those levels that is a 20-foot drop. Just, for your knowledge of like getting down there. Here, if this helps, Xavier, they are all sort of on top of it, so they're much closer.
Perfect. Yeah, then it should definitely hit them all if they're on top of it.
Nice. Okay, so you have the site in front of you. Demos, you suggest fear. You get approval from your group. So, how do you want to do it?
I guess I should start stealthing down.
Okay, nice. You slowly creep your way forward. Give me a stealth check, please.
Okay. Let's see here. Stealth. Holy 10.
10.
Big 10.
That's huge.
That's pretty good.
I was thinking, okay, would I be able to, since we're technically out of combat right now, would I be able to cast a spell to get in and then immediately cast fear afterwards?
Like a Misty Step kind of sitch?
Yeah.
Yeah, because you're out of combat. I suppose. Well, because let me think about that. The stealth check still matters because if you're surprising them, I'll let you do that. But if they're not surprised, like if they saw you coming, then they would get a quick we'll do a turn of theirs in between there before you get to do fear.
Mm-hmm.
But
You have a healer right here, buddy.
See my friend trying to stealth. I turn my head in disappointment.
Shameful.
Malagus too, since he's roguish.
Demos, you sneak forward 5, 10, 15, 20 feet to the edge, sort of surveying it a little better. You have a bit better dark vision than the rest of your friends, so you're able to peer out a bit further and get a game plan. Just as you crest the edge, you kick a small stone, which peels forward, clack, 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 splish, into the water below. None of the birds or spiders turn to look at you, but you hear a voice calling out to you in the distance. Hey, is that a person? Hey, help, someone help me. Hey, help.
Hello? Do I see this person?
You turn and look. It's so dark. You're looking off in the distance and you can sort of place where the voice is coming from, but you don't see anybody. You just see rocks. Hey, help. The shouting echoes across the gorge here, and all the birds poke their heads up and turn their heads violently in the direction of the sound. You see the spiders too pull off of their quarry and listen. Please help me. I'm stuck here.
I'm not gonna say anything.
The rest of you all also hear this voice echo off of the cavern walls. You can sort of place where it's coming from. It seems to be coming from about on your level on the opposite end of the large gorge. On the other end of the puddle, basically. One of the birds begins slowly flapping its wings.
All right. Would I be able to Misty Step in right now?
Sure. Demos, you cast Misty Step. What's the range on Misty Step?
Let's see. Well, I actually wouldn't be using Misty Step. I'd be using Thunder Step.
Ooh. Oh, that's loud as shit. Stealth is out.
Yeah.
But it happens in an instant, But,
Oh yeah, no, I agree. I'm just they would get one round of reaction when you get there, and then you'll get to do your fear.
Okay. Let's see. The range 90 feet.
Okay, yeah, you should be able to get there. I lost the map from internet, but I'm pretty sure you should make it out.
Sick.
You cast Thunderstep. You all hear a thunderclap echo through the gorge, much louder now than even the cries for help or the sort of quiet sound of the birds digging into flesh. Demos leaps 90 feet, sort of disappearing in a moment, teleporting down into the gorge, 90 feet away, appearing in an instant, thunderous clap on one of the rocks by the dragon near the floor. The screaming echoes out farther. Hey, you, please come help me. And Demos, you get down there now. You arrive. We'll sort of do an unofficial initiative here. Would the rest of you guys like to do anything right now?
I want to start sending Lettermore down in that direction. I won't get within the radius, but I know how to do this.
Do you have a Lettermore template?
He
Oh.
always comes in.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Oh my god, he's giant.
Big.
So
Yeah, okay,
tiny.
let me fix him.
Why is this one demented?
I don't...
Did you fix him?
Not yet. I always forget how to fix him. Someone else go first. Someone else go first.
I cast Blast on the 3 people that are still next.
Whoa.
All right, bless goes out. You guys all feel blessed. That's a D4 to some stuff.
To
Can I
who?
go to the big cliff face and
Oh,
use
sorry,
the pen
not
and some rope?
Malagus. You, Jaya.
Okay. I think I would. Oh God, how do I measure shit in this bitch?
I'm sorry, Isaac. I think you said something there, but I lost you in the second half. You got robot-y.
Could I use a pen and some rope to make a makeshift rope down this cliff face?
Excellent. Yes. Yeah. You can quite easily do that. That gives you a climbing speed of half your movement speed.
Oh.
So you may begin descending. So go ahead and like lower yourself about as much as you'd imagine your. Ooh, I like your drawing there. So Dulam, you begin descending down the rope you drop with your pittance shoved in deep. Your legs and feet sort of act as natural spiked boots that you're able to dig into the dirt to descend.
Fuck yeah.
The rest of you guys are blessed. Malagus sort of gives you a look higher, like, what the fuck, where's my bless? And begins running.
I thought you were still figuring your thing out. Fuck, he's getting mad at me again. God damn it. So moody.
Should I shoot it?
Let's wait till after fear. I'm just prepping. So I ran down the ramp as I showed, and then I'm having Lettermore fly in, and I want him to sort of hover above them. So, like, as to not get in the way of whatever Deimos does. But if it doesn't work, Lettermore is prepping to swoop in.
Awesome. Okay, with that, Orpheus, you run down the rock face a bit, sliding down some slate rock, descending about 20 feet as you do so safely, and run against the edge of this gorge. As you do so, you get a bit closer to the other end of the water. Deimos, having teleported over to this area, but is focused on the birds and the spiders. Orpheus, however, you've got a sort of better glimpse of the entirety of this little rock face, and you see over here.
Wait, could you indicate it one more time? Oh, I see.
Over here, a
Okay.
figure looks to be a humanoid of some sort, trapped beneath a giant rock. A giant piece of slate covers half of the humanoid's body, with their upper half, the torso and arms, flailing out from underneath. It's no wonder you guys didn't see where the source of the yelling came from earlier, considering the figure seems to be trapped. You're not sure how this happened or how long they've been here or how they're even alive, but the shouting continues, and you can now definitely assess it's from this source. Hey, help! Over here, please! I need you, I need help! And the
On
arms
my way,
flail out.
sir!
You see the birds are all immediately interested in the noise, the thunderous sound, as well as the cries for help. And you make your way over. All right, so would anyone else like to do anything at this point?
I'm going to wait.
Yeah, I'm going in that direction, but that's about it, other than cast and bless.
Cool, all right. In that case, Deimos, you land now, appearing on the edge of the cliffside here, right by the water. The water sort of laps at your toes a bit as you see all the birds turn in your direction, looking absolutely shocked and frightened by what just happened. The spiders both sort of skitter around on top of the dragon, making their way over to you. Neither of them make their way into the water, though. They just sort of spit at you from the wings of the dragon itself. You see, as they move quickly, they leave sort of an afterimage behind, almost like a duplicate as they move sort of quickly. It's like a shadow that appears for a moment, but it stops as they reach the edge of the wing, and you see they don't really have anywhere else to go, and little shoots of what looks to be some sort of spider venom flick off of their fangs into the water beneath them, but it isn't quite enough to reach you. The birds, however, are able to all flap up and quickly rush over to you in an attempt to make some sort of attack. But because this all sort of happens so quickly, I will give you a surprise round on this, so I will allow you to cast your fear spell, so go ahead and give me some fear.
Nice. All right. DC. Well, I guess, is there a DC in the very beginning? Yeah. So it's a DC 15 wisdom saving throw.
All right, not so bad. Let me do some rolls. Hold on. Wisdom. Wow, these birds are fucking wise.
Oh, what?
Holy wise birds.
I mean, wiser than birds should be.
Holy.
Okay, one of the rolls didn't go through, but I got a 7, a 9, and a 19 for the birds.
Bird check.
And for the spiders beneath, I got a nat 1 and a 6.
Got him.
Let's go.
Woohoo!
All right, so Demos, your DC was 15, right?
Yep.
All right, so you drop down, wave your hands in front of your face for a bit, and speak some magic words, and you see all these birds rushing toward you, talons first. 2 of them dart out of the way as if they're avoiding an oncoming truck, dashing, sort of skating beside you, squawking loudly, and immediately turning around and whipping off sideways. The spiders, too, that were just a moment hissing at you and spitting, skitter backwards quickly, facing you in fear, disappearing behind. However, one of these birds, we shall say it's probably the envious boulder bird, claws out, looking ravenous, still makes its way towards you for a big claw attack. So,
Mr. DM,
yes.
I'm so sorry. I would like to cast Silvery Barb so it rerolls its save.
Okay, I will absolutely do that. Remember to do that earlier next time too. So I
Yeah,
don't get
sorry.
too
You
far
said
in
you
this.
disconnected, and I don't want to interrupt you.
You cast Silvery Barbs. I'm just gonna do a D20 roll in person here because I don't have a thing. All right, I got a 13.
Does that pass?
No.
Huge.
Wow!
Oh, nice. Okay. All right. So that
Bye-bye.
last bird, also in a fit of anger, you see it. It had held strong for just a moment. Its claws out. Its gaze steeled. But in a quick moment and a good call from Dulam, you see it avert its attack at the last minute and dive sideways, avoiding you at all costs. The 3 birds and the 2 spiders scoot away as fast as they can. Fear just makes them run as far as their way away from you, and the birds just fly off, disappearing up into the sky, and the spiders sort of dip into the crags, disappearing into crevices they can fit in.
Noise.
Bye.
How long does fear last?
Let's see. 1 minute.
Okay, so you know, Demos, then from experience, of course, that these birds and spiders are likely not to return until after a minute, maybe even 2 minutes, considering the time it takes to return. But knowing how likely delicious the dragon meat is, you are sure that they will return after that minute or 2. So the
Nice.
creatures are gone. What would you guys like to do?
I want to run towards the guy who's stuck.
Okay, you run over to him. You see him still squashed beneath this giant piece of slate, his body sticking out haphazardly. As you approach, you see he does not have that halo of blue flies above his head. This is a genuine human.
Well,
Oh, you don't have the flies here. Let me help. Which part of you is so stuck?
Please, yes, yeah, they tried to get me to get those damn things, but they had me for a moment or two, but I got out. I was freed.
From the flies. Excellent. How did you free yourself?
Well, it's hard to remember. I wasn't myself when I was controlled by them. It's like I was a passenger. I just had to watch.
It's a horrible fate for a person. And now,
But
which part of you is stuck? Let me get you out of there.
Yes, I willed myself. I willed myself to fall into one of those damn holes around here, and I disappeared into darkness, and I came out the other end.
Most excellent, a man of heroic will. All right, okay. What? Where should I pull?
You look at him now, and you see, sure enough, this giant piece of slate seems to have slid off the side of the crag wall here and embedded itself halfway into this gentleman's torso. A well-muscled torso. This looks like somebody whose main job was likely very physical.
Are you a warrior of some sort?
No, not at all. In fact, I was more of a chef.
uh,
Oh, hey, where are you from?
Please help get this off me first. Come on.
Sorry, right, yes. I want to start trying to lift the slate out of him.
Okay,
I could use some help.
give me an athletic check, please.
Okay. Not enough.
You shout up behind you.
Natural 20! I don't ask anyone for help. I'm inspired by this man's beautiful physique.
Oh my god.
yeah.
Yeah.
You're goated, Jesus. Yeah, you are inspired by what you imagine is a fellow warrior. And with all your might, you don't lift the slate off, but rather you use a bit of your brain, grab your cannon off your back, and use it sort of as a lever, like a crowbar perhaps,
Oh.
and wedge the rock up just a few inches. This is enough
Yeah, I
to
do
drag
that.
the man from his side, pulling hard, and then using the lever once more, you can pull it out and retrieve your cannon.
Awesome. As soon as he's out, I want to cast Cure Wounds on his wound.
Okay, you pull him out. You see, it doesn't look like he was crippled in any means, but it looks like he was merely pinned
he was just
down by the
pinned?
rocks.
Oh, I thought you said the rock was like jabbing into his torso.
It did look like it was jabbing in. In fact, you see a splotch of blood, but the way in which he was trapped, he was belly up. It looks like the rock itself had caught him in between the ribs and the pelvis, so he wasn't able to escape based on bone structure, but looks like nothing was broken.
I'll still put a hand on the blood and cast Cure Wounds.
Okay, give me a Cure Wounds, please.
In the background, you hear Hire go, "Hey, that's my job."
9.
Okay, 9, you heal him up. You see the blood quickly subside, and he holds a hand over his chest as the wound completely heals up, and he goes, "Oh, thank you, that's too kind. What is your name, warrior?"
Orpheus. You can call me Oro, though. Where are you from? Oh, what's your name also?
It's a pleasure, an absolute pleasure to meet you, Orpheus. And he sort of turns around and, with a bit of stretching, gets up on one knee and sort of bows down to you. And Orpheus, you immediately recognize this position. This person has worked with royalty. You can tell.
You totally serve royalty as well, don't you?
You can. It's the exact same bow that you would give when you were bowing to a highness.
Yes, I'll bow as well. Where are you from? Are you from Valhalla? Are you dead?
Just two people bowing at each other.
Where are you from? I want to just start like shaking his arm. Where are you from? Where are you from? Where are you
Right.
from?
So
What's your name?
during this time, all
During
this casting
battle.
and pulling, what would everyone else like to be doing?
Ah!
Don't get mad.
Oh,
Can
he's from
I
Circad.
can I cast Vortex Warp on the dead dragon to teleport it back to where we came from?
Fucking what the fuck?
Oh,
It's too easy.
Is that your teleport something else spell?
Yeah.
Sick. I want to learn more about this, so I promise I'm not trying to like double check. I'm just curious. What does the spell sound like? Like, what does it read?
So the only way that this could maybe not work is if you like decide that this is technically a corpse, which is an object rather than a creature. Because it says you magically twist space around another creature you see within range. It must succeed on a con save, or the target is teleported to unoccupied space that you can see.
No, this is a creature. It'll count.
Okay.
Creature.
That would be fucked up to call a creature no longer a creature when it's dead.
Well,
Okay.
Makes you think.
Okay, so the internet here is you weave some magic between your hands, and you see the corpse sort of fall into the water a bit for a second, and then all of a sudden reappear beside you, right at the top of where your piton and rope is. It sort of lands with a heavy schlop as all the water drains out from under it, and as you sort of hang off the edge, some of the water splashes down on you, and you are met with this absolutely unpleasant aroma of stench and rot. I put you in the mind of like unbearable decay, like stagnant water and decay. It's still water. It rushes by you quickly and sort of drips back into the pool beneath. You see the water level of the pool beneath drops pretty substantially as the dragon leaves it. And you've now moved it probably a good 60 feet up the cliffside.
Yeah, the range of the spell is 90 feet, so I want to put it like as far as possible, so it's like easier for us to like drag it.
Yeah, sure.
Or,
So
like,
like
cut it
90
up
feet,
easier.
you've pulled it up, and now it's at least on solid ground, so it's going to be a lot easier for you guys to cut it up.
Sweet.
You put it there. It's now right next to you and no longer at the base. Sweet. All right. It smells pretty rancid. In fact, now that it's up close, you gain a bit more insight into this beast. First off, you see an assortment of wounds on this creature. Not just rot, but there's stab wounds aplenty. You see spearheads sticking out of this thing, old arrowheads, however many humans it took to take this thing down was clearly a plenty, and there's so many wounds on the side of it as well. This thing is also putrid. You see those about finger-length long white worms squirming along the edge of its body. In fact, you didn't see it before, but the half of its head that had been submerged in water is almost bone white. You see it had been eaten down to the skull by all of these putrid little worms. They do the sort of classic crawling in and out of the eye socket in front of you, and it tugs at some deep part of you that feels gross. And Dulam, you now experience a new emotion that is you alright? You yipped.
Oh, that was a laugh.
Alright, I'll laugh.
Yes.
Did it sound like a yip?
No,
Yes.
I just wanted to yip.
I just wanted to yiff.
It was yip-like. So, you are met with this new emotion, which is that of unbearable, like, grotesqueness for this creature.
This thing is disgusting.
It is unorderly.
True.
Hey, that's a goal. Well done, Dulam. You saved us, like, a shit ton of work. That probably would have taken an hour just to drag it up there.
The creatures
Thank
are still
you.
coming back. We should get moving. Start chopping, boys.
I don't have a fucking axe. Besides, let's go help this guy over here, alright? And Malagus sort of runs after Orpheus. Aren't you a healer hire? Aren't you supposed to heal people?
Just someone already did that.
Can't
Someone
you
heal-
put the dragon in the bag?
It will surely. We don't want that in the bag.
How are we going to carry it otherwise? How big is this thing, Mason? Like, how many pounds? How many polar bears?
It's a good question. Let me think about that.
Because
Did they not
if
send the
it's
cart
like,
with us?
well, but I guess I'm imagining it as like 2 buses, but maybe it's not 2 buses.
I thought they said they were like giving us their like last cart to drag this thing.
Yes,
They
yeah.
gave
I
us a cart. I just don't know
forgot
how
to
much
explain
that'll
that.
help us.
It's just like a shitty wheeled cart, like a dolly, basically.
Mm.
It is definitely not nearly big enough to hold this thing. It could probably hold like a quarter of this thing.
Okay.
Mhm.
But this whole thing is, so it's about 14 feet long, and you think it probably weighs between 600 pounds and maybe 1,000, depending. You'd have to look at it to know better. And because it is sort of rotted and a bit eaten away, it's probably a bit lighter. Like, you don't know how much of the insides are left.
Cool.
So maybe on the 500 pounds to 800 scale, which, isn't awful. Like,
No, that's actually doable, I feel.
four really strong people could do that.
Well, we have what? 5 people plus this guy? Oh, plus Malagus. That's 7 people. I feel like we got it.
Yeah, it wouldn't be comfortable either. I guess the other thing is it's obviously awkward. It's dead weight, literally. So having the cart will help a little bit. But chopping it into pieces might genuinely be the fastest way to carry this thing, where everyone gets a huge chunk to carry. Luckily, because it's been in the water for a while, you all think it's probably bloodless, like all the blood's been seeped out. So it won't be messy, but it is putrid.
Great.
Well, and that's also full of water.
Yes, which is another problem.
Yeah.
That being said, though, back at the emergency at hand, Orpheus, you've got this guy cleaned up.
Where are you from? What's your name? Where are you from?
Well, it's an absolute pleasure to meet you, my friend. And the figure bows their head again, and you notice now this figure has an apron on. It looks to be a once proud apron, likely of like some sort of uniform, but it's faded now and tied loosely around the waist. But it still holds the faint outlines of blood along it, as if something was butchered alongside it.
What is your name? Oh, yes.
Go ahead.
I was just asking you, please say your name.
My name is Egret.
Egret. Spelled with a Y or an E?
With an E, like the bird.
Nice.
Cool.
And where are you from, Egret?
Well, I was once a proud member of a noble house, but now I am but a lowly traveler. And he smiles weakly. I was coming here for some supplies, and he gestures down to the dragon. You see, I have had some experience with these types of creatures, as it were.
Really?
And he gives you a big smile, and you look now, this guy definitely has a meaty frame. He looks like he spent all of his life using, like, a sort of short stature, Just to give you a brief description, he's got a completely buzzed head and a big, wide, square jaw. His whole face is like a big square. His ears sort of stick out to the side, kind of wide, almost like how a halflings do. And he's got a big, toothy grin with some of his teeth like knocked out and having been replaced, and those were knocked out again.
You're the real fighting type of guy, huh?
He looks like your average tavern brawler, but a bit more put together.
Real brawler. Okay, but which plane did you originate at?
Well, let's get to know you first, Orpheus. You were talking about Valhalla just a minute ago. That sounds
Yes.
familiar to me. Are you,
It does?
I suppose I might have heard of that in my travels.
Yes, it's an afterlife plane. We're in eternal war, but the great Queen Eurydice is bringing us to peace, and I serve her as her first knight. How
Oh,
much
slow
more
down,
do you
slow
want to
down,
know?
slow down. A ghost?
Oh, yes.
Well, it's a pleasure to meet a ghost. And he sticks out a big meaty hand. You see it's filled with scars.
I shake it with both hands enthusiastically.
Nice. As you shake it up and down, you notice as you shake him, you see he's got a pretty substantial butcher's cleaver on his side that looks to be a main weapon.
Excellent weapon. Can I say excellent weapon? And it's a pleasure to meet a human. You'll apologize. I apologize. I'm not super familiar with the difference in humanoids.
Oh, please, no apology needed. Yes, human. In fact, where I come from, basically everyone is human. Might I meet the rest of your crew? I feel uncomfortable if I didn't know everyone you were traveling with.
Yes. I'll grab the arm loop of his apron and start pulling him over to our friends.
Yeah, you pull him along, and he comes along willingly. His frame actually reminds you exactly of the average soldier you might have led.
Yeah. All right, this is Hire, healer extraordinaire, very sensitive guy, loves a hug. This is Dulam. Dulam has a lot of
Wait, slow down there. Hire.
Boys, cut harder.
Hire, it's a pleasure. You're a kobold, yes? What tribe do you hail from?
Oh.
I do not know in particular. I kind of got adopted by another place. Saw harder.
And Dulam, oh wow.
Yes, this is Dulam. It has a
what are
lot
you?
of promise.
I've never
It is
seen
very
something like you
skilled with
before.
magics.
Yes, I
He's
am
the
an autonome.
strongest one of us here by far. It's scary.
A
Would
bright
you like
kid
to
all
put the
around.
knife to use, friend?
Tell me, creature, just real fast, are you a spellcaster of sorts?
I am now.
Fascinating. Is that innate to you?
Not typically.
Oh. Well, my king would love to meet you.
You're
Is
so
he of brass?
perceptive.
For bronze?
You must repeat yourself. I'm confused.
Is he a king of bronze?
No, not bronze. More just a king.
Does he
would
come
you like
from
to
the
put
plane
your
of
butcher's
kings?
knife to use?
Yeah, I am a butcher. Yes, I am a butcher by trade. Let me help. And he pulls
Thank
out his
you.
giant blade. And who's this fine fella? He sort of wavers the blade at Malagus, who sort of steps back warily.
That's Malagus. He's useless. And this is Jaya. He's a brave soldier from a different plane.
It's a pleasure, Jaya. You look like a real warrior. And another meaty handshake.
Aye. Nice to see a comrade.
And it seems like we're all really getting along here. You seem like a good group of folk.
Oh, last but not least, this is Deimos. He's a wizard,
actually,
very
Deimos-
smart.
Deimos, have you crawled your way back up now?
Let's say I do right now.
Okay, just as you crawl back up, you breach over the ledge just as Orpheus excitedly drags you up to introduce you. Deimos, you see another meaty hand get thrown in front of your face for a handshake. And as you look at this figure, you immediately recognize him. This butcher you recognize. This was the house butcher, in fact.
Oh my god. Deimos immediately freezes. Everyone sort of sees his eyes go wide, and he starts mumbling, "No, and he tries to take a few steps back, but you see his legs fail him as he stumbles to the floor. You can't take them. And he starts crawling away. You see him try to cast firebolt. He just fizzles out of his hands, and he
Deimos, buddy.
he tries to crawl away, and he starts tearing at the back of his shirt on his back. He's just, you can't, please. And I would say with his last few shaky breaths, he passes out.
What?
What just happened?
I'll go try to pick Deimos up.
Okay, you quickly run over to Demos, who is sort of unconscious on the ground. You see pasty white as a black dragonborn can get. Eyes sort of lolled back in his head, his hands sort of shaking, still in his unconscious form. Hire, give me a medicine check for that real quick. As you're rolling that, Orpheus, what are you saying?
Egret, what just happened?
You see Egret has also sort of frozen, his face contorted into a bit of confusion and almost rage. His hand is still outstretched in that position of a handshake, but it's stuck there. He looks at his hand down and then he quickly arms himself with his butcher's blade once again, holding it out and goes, "What's your association with this one?"
Whoa, we don't need to resort to violence here. That's not our way.
Yeah, no violence needed, but how'd he get out? Did you free him?
Out of what?
Don't play with me, old man. How'd he get out?
I'll swing my cannon off my back and lean on it. What are you talking about, Egret?
This fucking monster. Did you free him? How did he get out?
He's no monster. He's our friend, Deimos.
Don't bullshit me. He waves the butcher's cleaver around a bit. We thought he was dead.
Did you want him dead?
The figure's silent for a moment as he sees Hire sort of slapping Demos awake and goes, up. Hey, listen. Let's keep this real simple, all right? You brought me out from under there. That's real nice. I appreciate your kindness. I thought I could spend a couple days with you, but I don't like your company. So, how about we do one good turn for another? I'll go this way, and he points back toward the rock face up one of the flat rock walls. And as a good turn for what you did for me, I'll turn the other cheek for the chimera you got with you.
Deimos. Shaking him.
How can we trust you'd stick to your word?
You can watch me. I'll just walk right away. In fact, I got someplace I gotta be and a few people I gotta talk to about something.
I'll lift my cannon. That's sort of what I thought you were going to say.
He holds the blade out. You notice he's sort of doing a quick numbers analysis of you guys and himself, and he takes a few steps back, still holding the blade out. Now listen, I'm real appreciative for what you do. In fact, I might even have some coin in my back pocket for you as a reward. So why don't we just go our separate ways, huh? Call this a coincidence.
I'd rather the tongue from your mouth than the coin from your pocket.
Hey, listen, you know nothing about me and you know nothing about the creature you keep. That thing's a monster.
What makes it a monster?
You have no idea, huh? Ask it what it had to do. Ask it what it wanted to do. All those years spent.
I mean, I don't really mind what he has or has not done in his past. We're all just helping each other move and get to the right place, you know?
Good, then you'll let me, take my leave?
So long as you don't mean him harm.
Seems like this
you won't
one's just
actively
gonna go...
look out for him or look for him.
He's taken a 10, 15 feet steps back now, sort of putting some distance.
I would not let him move that far, personally. If he tried to move, I would take a step towards him.
Okay, so you're sort of creeping up toward him now.
I'm sort of trying to circle him, you know? Keep him boxed in.
It's sort of hard to circle around him considering the strip of land you're on is very linear. This edge of the cliff that you're on is barely 10 feet in width in total. You can't really get around him without getting near him. But you can
I'll
keep
just
close
get near
to
him then.
Yeah, you can be near
I
him.
want to make sure there's one of us on every side of him. I don't want him to have a means of escape.
All right, you stay up close with him now, and he continues sort of backing up. Hire, what was that medicine check?
21.
Excellent. All right, you flap. Demos, you sort of awake and your heart is pounding. It's like you just woke up from a bad dream. It's that sensation where you feel your heart practically beating out of your chest and the breath sort of lost in your mouth. You can't quite remember what happened, but you just remember something really, really frightening happened and your back aches. Hire's above you.
Buddy, buddy, are you okay?
Hi, what happened? Did I fall?
A little bit. I like try to, I guess, get you up and steady you with my hand. You saw someone and fainted. It appeared.
It all comes back to you, Demos, as you sort of sit up and you see him across the way now, a bit further from you now, 20 feet or so, but definitely recognizable.
Oh, that's no person. That's a monster.
You want to talk?
Deimos, who is this?
This was the court butcher from my court, and
All right.
he did more than butcher animals.
You kill people, freak?
I no doubt believe you all have the similar situation. In fact, that monster you keep with you probably has a higher body count than any of us. You know what I mean, beast.
Demos still takes a few steps back.
Okay, you sort of scuttle back now.
I'm still holding on to you, though.
Okay,
Well,
you've got
he was-
Hire sort of behind you, coach in the ring style.
He was a guard. I thought. So
What, you
had to
think
defend
anything that
people.
hideous would be a guard?
Hey, fuck you, man.
I was relieved of my duties not but 2 weeks ago for being too kind to you and your kin. And I was sent here, the proverbial dumping ground of that damned hole in the wall that leaves the Plain of Kings. I feel like I just saw you, but you've aged, haven't you, Demos the devil?
That I have, butcher.
He's sort of armed himself now. He looks like he's ready for a fight.
And now here you are, stuck with the rest of the beasts.
I didn't ask to be sent here. I was just doing my damn job, you know that. Sure, I might have taken some creative liberties, but it was all what the king designed. I'm just as guilty as everyone in that damn castle. If you're gonna kill me, you gotta take out hundreds. So, let's just go our separate ways, huh?
Maybe that's not such a bad idea, butcher.
He stepped back a few more feet now. Orpheus, you're keeping up with him. He's got a glint in his eye now. You see murder in there, just as a soldier might have too. You see the same look in his eyes that some of your soldiers might have had in the heat of battle, but now it's faced right at you.
Seems to me, Deimos, if you let this one go, he's just going to tell everyone where you are.
What? I'm innocent. I have no way off this damn planet. He holds his hands up innocently.
No, it sounds like you were planning on telling people.
Yes, just a moment ago you said you were going to.
I don't know if that's gonna work out for you, buddy.
You know why I came here, beast? And he gestures down now, or I guess up at the dragon. Something here reminded me of you. I wanted to test out my blade on it, see if it had the same effect. And you look behind you now, Demos, and see the giant black dragon.
To
that, you do see Demos fall again to his knees.
I'm not
shakily.
carrying you. I'm not carrying, but like have you on a shoulder.
Fire's backing you up again. So at this point, Orpheus, you're stepping forward. Duelam, what would you like to be doing?
I'll keep chopping up the dragon.
Head down, chop. He's on chopping duty.
God, a man of fucking convictions.
Over
Unbothered king.
king.
What is your purpose here? You're looking for a dragon to slay? Is that
No,
it?
no, not at all. The king relieved me of my duties, and I was brought here as punishment, that's all. I merely found this beast and decided I wanted to sink my blade into it just to remind myself of better days.
Violence for violence's sake, then.
Again, speak to your beast. Ask him the number he's slain. Ask him what he's done.
I know Deimos. And while I might not have known Deimos when you did, I trust... I sort of think about the fireball for a minute. Well, Samir trusts his judgment, and I trust Samir's instincts better than my own when it comes to this. So I think you're looking for a fight.
No, not at all. He backs up more. You see Malagus slither beside him to get behind him now, so you and him are like around him.
Mm-hmm.
He moves quietly, a bit roguish.
So rogue-ish.
And he's pulled out one of his brand new purchased blades in his hand. He holds it out. Doesn't say a word, though, and lets you continue to do the talking. The man in front of you, Egret, speaks once more. Listen, I have no way out of here, all right? Just let me make my leave. I'm sure the birds will take me out in a couple days, yes? And we could call this even. You don't need me. Besides, and he gestures around, they'll be back soon, the beasts that wanted that carcass. They'll want a taste, and you won't want me slowing you down, would you?
Now, I haven't been alive very long, but what do you think? Which is a cleaner death? If we were to slit his throat, or if the birds were to pick him up?
Probably
Throat is cleaner.
Yeah, probably the first one.
Duelim's over here just chop, chop, chop. Yeah, go for the throat, chop, chop, chop.
Seems we could do him a mercy then. Save us all a bit of grief.
I won't go down easy.
I think
In fact,
you'd be
I
surprised.
can almost guarantee I can take down one of you with me, so you might as well pick that one and just start chopping.
Look, buddy, how about we just need some assurances that you're not going to be telling people, and you're not giving us that.
What
Can you
evidence
give
is
us
better
that?
than this damn plane? There's no way out of here. Ask the locals. They've been stuck here for generations.
I just can't get
We
over
need
the
more
fact
than
that
that.
not 2 minutes ago you said you were going to go tell everyone that Deimos was here.
He
you
holds his
specifically
hands up.
said you had like 5 people you were going to go tell.
He holds his hands up in like a shrug, and he goes, words of passion, I suppose.
Oh, so now that your brain's caught up to your mouth, you're trying to lie and go back on it. I don't like liars, and I don't like defectors, and I also don't like assholes, so I really think we should take care of him.
Listen, kid, you do like warriors, don't you? I saw your strength just a moment ago. You've seen battle. From one warrior to another, and he gestures with the blade again. Let's go our separate ways. Pretend this never happened.
From the sounds of it, you killed people in a courtroom. That's not a real battle, and you're not a real warrior.
He steps back one more step. Malagus sort of steps with him, and you step forward now. You guys have now officially made your way a couple tens of feet away from Deimos and Hire and Duelim behind you. He shrugs again and goes, truth be told, I wasn't actually stuck under that slate.
All right, so you're like a coward too? What?
No, I've haven't gotten many, just one man so far, but this little setup I've got going, the come help me, and pull out the blade and cut down. But you seemed like a strong, nice person. I could tell you have good stock. You aren't worth a blade, you're worth a shake, a handshake, a friendship. We could have been something, huh? We could have traveled together. What, you're gonna let this beast behind you, this monstrosity, define your relationships now? Why?
I want to look at Malagus and sort of look like I'm about to wave at this guy, but wiggle my fingers while making eye contact with Malagus.
Malagus, immediately he gets a horrified, confused look on his face and shakes his head like he doesn't know what's going on.
I do it again.
Okay, Malagus holds up his knife and shakes it back and forth.
Okay. Okay, I sort of reach my hand back and touch the back of my neck and like rub it.
Okay, Malagus reaches behind and touches the back of his neck and rubs it.
Throttling motion.
Okay, he slowly starts creeping toward the guy with his hands outstretched.
Look, Egret, maybe this can all be settled. What do you say? And I'll put my hand out for a handshake.
The gentleman looks at you confused and immediately makes an insight check. Can you give me deception, please?
Yep.
While you're doing this, I'm gonna cut to Duelim real quick. Duelim, you're chopping away at this thing. I just want to imply this real quick. So, dragon scales are really hard to chop through. What implement are you using?
I'm trying to use a dagger.
A dagger. Okay. It's a pretty high DC to get into this thing. So, if you want to give me either a sleight of hand or athletics check to
Sure.
pry into these scales.
I got 22 athletics.
Yeah, that's great. All right, you pry off a scale. It pops off real nice. It's about the size of like a shield for you.
Nice.
You get to the meat beneath and you can slowly start chopping away at it. It'll probably take a while, And Demos, you sort of have in the back of your head a little timer going, and it's probably been about a minute. You think if those birds and spiders are going to come back, it'll probably be somewhat soon. You don't know how soon, but it could be soon.
Fuck.
Okay, Malagus creeps forward, and Orpheus, what did you get on your check?
13.
13, he looks at you, eyes you suspiciously, and with his sort of weathered look of untrustworthiness, he does not reach out his hand. He goes, I think I'll just make my leave. And he turns around and begins dashing. At this, Malagus jumps for him, trying to grab him. It all happens very quickly at once. You see Malagus get a 3.
He should have advantage because we were specifically flanking him.
Okay, all right. Let's roll again. 13 on his roll. Let's have this butcher give an athletics roll. Oh, and a 14 on the athletics roll. You see Malagus jump for him, try to grab him, and just miss pulling him down. The man squirms out of his way, and Malagus lands on all fours and begins running back toward him as the man breaks free, and you see just begins sprinting in the opposite direction now.
Sorry, really quick. I am going to take my opportunity attack, but first, Malagus lands on all fours.
Genuinely keep it in your pants. You guys are sick. You're sick.
She has an agenda.
Okay, I will
Opportunity
go
attack.
ahead. Yes, shocking grasp.
Okay, you reach out your hands, lunging toward him as he sort of turns to run. Give me a roll to hit.
So I actually am using my magical firearm as my what's it called? Like spell focus. So
Nice,
I do
okay.
sort of slap him with the gun and it zaps him.
Okay, is it like, are you imagining a pistol whip, or is it like the sparks come out of the trigger? Like, or sorry,
This
come out
is
of the
a
barrel.
spell, so it's a pistol whip.
Okay, so you go to pistol whip him in the side of the head,
Yeah,
lunging for him.
27 to hit.
That'll hit. Oh yeah.
Cool. It's 2d8 plus an extra d8 for my pistol.
Holy shit.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Okay, well, I rolled really bad, but one sec, I have to get my other d8.
Holy shit, 3d8 for a cantrip?
Arcane firearm, baby.
Damn.
Arcane. It's all about the arcane firearm.
Pumping out half a fireball, man. Bang, bang.
Okay, 12 damage.
Okay, 12 damage. Zap. The lightning shoots out from the hilt as it slams into his neck. You see it course through his thick muscled body as he tenses up for a second. Is there any like status effect that happens with this?
It can't make melee. It can't take reactions until the start of its next turn.
Okay. At this point, I suppose I would like you guys to roll initiative for me. All right, read off your initiatives, please. What do we got?
4.
That's just awful.
11.
13.
17.
7.
1789.
3.
Oh my god, even worse than Aura. What the fuck? Okay, you can't beat Malagus, who rolled a 3, but -2 is a 1.
He has -2. Oh, because he's sick. I have a 2. Or he's exhausted, I mean. I'm sorry, I keep forgetting that.
He's sick.
It's okay, I'll remind you more in combat when it really matters. All right, so that puts Jaya at first at a 17. Jaya, you see this man identified as the Butcher. Begin running off in the distance. You have this just absolutely ear-piercing buzzing in your noise from the flies. So it was sort of hard to hear their conversation from your distance, but you got the gist of it, and you see him running off as Malagus makes a swipe at him and misses, and you see Orpheus looks to load up a cannon as he runs away, but he still is armed and dangerous. What would you like to do?
Would you say he is 90 feet, less than 90 feet away?
Definitely, yes.
Okay, I'm gonna shoot him with my fucking gun.
Okay, you arm yourself with your pistol, draw it, and take a shot. Roll to hit.
21.
Oh yeah, that hits.
Oh,
And I did 11 damage. Let's see.
Right,
it's-
11.
Let's see.
Do you have a plus?
Oh, it's just 11.
Cool. Okay. You fire well. Do you actually get 2 shots? You want to roll your second to hit?
Yes, I'm seeing if I want to do a trick shot. I think I do.
Oh yeah.
style on him.
First hit, 11 damage. The bullet pierces through his shoulder blade. He winces and calls out.
This time, no warning shots. And then I shoot him again. I got a 19.
Hits, second shot. You see his ear blown off.
Boom.
This is fucking crazy. He takes 6 damage, and now he does a con saving throw.
That's an ear. All right, new con save. Wow, another 13. He's consistent.
All right, you know what? Fuck it. Before he gets further away, I'm gonna do it again.
Okay, you action
Shoot him
surge.
one more time.
One more
Yeah,
shot. Roll.
27.
17?
27.
27. Oh my god.
I rolled a 19 and I get a +8.
Holy.
And I'm gonna use my astral spark. So for that, once per turn, when I hit a target with a simple or martial weapon, I can cause a creature to take an additional +3 force damage. Does a pistol count as a simple weapon?
It does work for a firearm.
Well, fuck. Well, now I rolled a 1, but now it's a 4, so it's 4 damage.
Okay, 4 damage. That's good though. Your 3 shots all ring out in rapid succession. Bang, bang, bang. The gunslinger strikes true 3 times. In fact, your last shot, even with low damage, was critical mass, a perfect headshot right into the back of his skull. You see your bullet spin into his head, tearing out a chunk of his scalp as he screams out in pain. But it doesn't quite make it through the skull.
Oh wait, no, it's actually 7 because it's 1d10 +3 and then the other +3
Thank
for
you.
the ability. Sorry.
Noted. The figure stumbles forward now, almost stunned by your damage. He doesn't seem to be bleeding from these attacks yet, but he definitely seems absolutely blown away by how much damage that was in one hit, and he seems frightened at this point of your group. He's made the, calculated decision that it is not worth fighting you all, and he seems to still sort of be making his way to the exit. Hire, you are up next.
Alrighty.
And Dulam, you're on deck.
Yeah, I'm gonna whip the bad boys out. The bad boys, of course, being the magic missile.
To you two, Hire, that hum of the flies is like getting louder. It's unbearably loud in your ears, and it's sort of like you have to like push one ear into your shoulder to get out the wincing pain of the loudness around you. Boom! Like something is buzzing about your head.
I love to hear that. Cool. And so I go ahead and cast my magic missile, and then I roll damage. I'm attacking, of course, the guy who has turned his back and is running away.
Turncoat. So this is 3 warning shots in the back plus 3 magic missiles in the back. So that's like 6 warning shots into the back.
Yeah, 11 warning damage.
Nice. Is that all 3?
Yeah.
All right. Your 3 bolts whiz out and take differing arcs across the landscape, sizzling and lighting up the sky just for a moment as they curve outward. Your torchlight brightens up this little gorge pretty well, so it's now dim light in this whole area, so you have pretty good line of sight to be able to take him out from here. The 3 bolts explode into the side of him, and he winces with pain more, and now he's bleeding.
Cool, then I give pursuit. And my turn.
Okay, you start chasing, 25 feet. Clank, clank, clank. All right, Dulan, what would you like to do? You are chopping?
15 feet, actually, DM. Thank you.
15?
Yeah.
Oh my god. Excuse me. Pardon me, Hire. That was so rude. Dulan, what would you like to do?
For bonus action, I'd like to activate Innate Sorcery, which gives my spell DC an extra +1.
Awesome.
And then I would like to cast Hold Person on this guy and use 2 sorcery points to make him roll at disadvantage.
Fuck yeah, that's a sweet move. What's the save that he's rolling?
Wisdom of 17.
Oh, at disadvantage? Yeah, awesome. Okay, hold on. Let me get the dice. For you, Dulam, the flies are deafening. It is so loud around you now. You, as a machine from Mechanist, are able to sort of chart its loudness, and it has definitely gotten louder over the last couple of minutes. You're not sure if that's because you guys have been pretty loud in here. Before, you had been kind of stealthy and quiet, but now with all the loudness in this little gorge, you think maybe that might have attracted some, or perhaps the light has, or whatever the reason, it's a lot louder now.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind.
Cool. He for sure failed. First roll was a 16, second roll was a 7.
Cool. He's essentially paralyzed.
Okay, you guys see him running, continuing, trying to run, take 6 warning shots in the back, and then freeze up halfway through his running motion. His butcher's axe is held, or butcher's knife is held in one hand, and his foot is mid-instep as he's running. He stops. Next up is Orpheus. Aura, what would you like to do?
Oh, okay, I think about the fact that I might kill him, and I feel really sick. But I also think he's a terrible man who goes against all my beliefs, and Ridzi would want him to be dead. So I will take a dagger in my hand, one of my daggers, and I want to try to sort of wedge it in the tip of my gun, and then cast catapult with my gun.
What the fuck? This is the fucked up thing you're doing.
The dagger shoots forth from the tip of the gun. Let me in a straight line up to 90 feet in a direction I choose. The creature must make a dexterity saving throw.
Instant fail.
Yeah. The object strikes the target and stops moving. It will deal 3d8 bludgeoning damage. I think it would make sense to reflavor that as slashing since it's a dagger, but and also of course it's going to do an extra d8 because it's coming out of my gun.
It's like you've strapped the bayonet to the front.
Exactly.
Lads.
15 plus 7, 22.
Ooh, all right. You guys all hear again another thunderous blast.
Yeah, as this dagger shoots out from the gun, it goes with sort of a burst of lightning that crackles around it as it goes through the air.
The knife embeds itself into this man's left lung. You see it sink all the way to the hilt, as even though he's held person, he gasps out a bloodied breath. And you see as his body gets caught again in hold person mid-breath, and he looks in agonizing pain. This is torture, what you're doing. Blood trickles down the edge of the knife that's sticking out of him now, and he looks really fucked up. Orpheus, is there anything you'd like to do?
First I throw up, and then I will use my bonus action to use my Eldritch Cannon. That is going to be a force blast of 2d8 forced. Oh, sorry, I have to roll to hit, I believe.
Okay, so the AC of a paralyzed creature is 10. Oh, I forgot to mention at the top of your turn, but Orpheus, you are also deafened by these flies. You've also noticed they've gotten louder.
Okay. There's a lot of things that are causing me stress. Okay, there we go. It's letting me use it now. Okay, attack. Normal. There we go. 19 minus 2 because I'm exhausted. 17 to hit.
Yep.
Perfect. 10 damage.
Bonk. He is still held in place, but the strike lands true, and you don't see any part of him move.
Okay, I lean over and throw up on my boots.
Yeah, you roll. Demos, you are up next. Demos, you see your perpetrator, the butcher, just take an obscene amount of hits from your friends who are basically unloading everything they have on him.
Holy. Dang. Demos is gonna shakily try to cast Firebolt at this guy.
Okay, you wanna give me a shaky roll to hit?
Yes. Basically a nat one.
No.
You have an advantage to attack rolls.
Holy. Then I will roll again. Nat 20.
Oh my god.
Nice. All right, Demos, you hold out your firebolt. You see it fizzle in your hand at first out of fear, but you sort of still yourself and take a deep breath, and you hold out your hand again, and it shoots out fine and true. You can't see the butcher's face for his back is turned, but you're sure he would be surprised seeing this beautiful bolt shooting and glimmering out of your hand. Please roll damage for me.
Holy.
Cool.
The flies buzz louder.
It's 2d10. 17.
Okay, Demos, your firebolt lands atop him, and you see his whole body catch flames. He can't move. He's completely paralyzed, held by Duelam's actions, but it doesn't seem to matter. His body burns and burns and burns. And you look out on him, and something in you sort of lifts. A deep tightness in your chest you didn't even know was there unknots, like a pit finally came out of you. That man is dead.
I think Demos takes the first full fresh breath of a breath of fresh air in a while.
Breathe in deeply. You guys all sort of gaze upon this, and you look at each other, sort of like a bit nervous for how quickly and efficiently you were able to dispatch of this person. It's a bit frightening. In fact, Malagus, who was up next on that one, just like distancing himself from the murder victim, not even making an attack, but rather trying to get out of the way of all the oppressive fire that you all shoot upon him. He calls out, hard to hear him, barely a whisper over the sound of the buzzing around you all. You're all surrounded by these flies. In fact, for those of you who are traveling here just a few nights ago, this reminds you of the night that you heard the incessant buzzing in the middle of the night, the ones that were so loud it woke you up.
How did we get rid of them back then?
Fire.
Fire, alright.
Can I message Malagus?
Ooh, message. Yeah, go ahead. Do you want to text it to me or just say it?
No, I'll just say it. Hello, can you please cast that poison gas you did last night?
You want me to cast what?
Your poison cloud from last night.
Oh, shit. Yeah, I don't know if I can do that.
Do you need encouragement?
No, it's just earlier today. I don't know. I sort of think I'm tapped for the day. Does that make any sense?
Sure. Thank you for trying.
Sorry, yeah. Here, let me try. He holds out his hands. I cast, and you can't even hear his voice over the sound of the flies. Poison spray, and nothing comes out. Shit. As you're all sort of looking at each other, Duelam, I assume your whole person drops.
Yeah.
The body crumples to the ground, still burning bright. His body doesn't burn to crisps as much as Demos. You remember your fireball really turned people to ash, but this guy's body is still held together pretty well. His thick muscles and hardy skin, likely years and years of literally being in front of fires for like cooking and butchering, have seemingly made him a bit more fireproof as his body burns much, much slower. You see the hairs on his body all burn up and his clothes start smoldering quickly, but his body is kept burning and burning, the smell slowly reaching your nose, which mixes with the putrid smell of the dragon nearby. For those of you who... Actually, could I get a perception check from everyone really quick?
Oh, yeah.
19. 15.
11.
Oh, 7. No,
11.
8. Minus 2, 6.
Okay, then Duelam, you are the only one to hear. Over the sound of the humming, using your audio processing units, you can sort of like remove hum the buzzing, and over it you hear the sound of beating wings. You look up, it's hard to see in the dark, especially without dark vision, but your torchlight just barely illuminates the edges of wings slowly flying back. It looks like the boulder birds are returning now.
I'll message my friends. Look up.
You guys all look up now, and you see him too, especially Demos. You've got much better eyesight in the darkness than everyone else. You see the boulder birds crisply. Looks like not all 3 of them made it back. Only 2 of them did. Flying back now to eat more of the dragon. They are sort of circling overhead like buzzards do above where the corpse is. No longer in the water, but up by where Duelam is. As well, you can't see the spiders anymore, but you imagine they might be crawling out of their holes on the bottom level again. The birds seem much more of an active problem, though, considering how close they are and how they might fight off those that wish to deconstruct this body. The sound of the humming continues to grow.
Oh god. Guys, I think they're coming.
What does the entryway look like from like how we entered this cave?
So you guys belayed down roughly 200 or so, 150 feet of rock into what was sort of a little alcove. As it shows in the map here, there's like this sort of outlet off in the top there that leads into a small inlet. I wish I could draw it for you, but like it is effectively another little oval that ends abruptly. This one is not filled with water, and it has sleek walls against the sides that you guys all could belay down. Imagine, if you will, like sort of like a well, where it was a slim little hole that you all crawled down into and then walked out into this area. Does that make any sense?
Okay, yeah. Does the base of the well, can it fit the dragon's body or no?
You look, it would be tight, but you could probably drag it there, yeah. It would be probably a better defensible position than here. It'll fit it it'll fit it snugly. How about that? Like it'll scrape against the walls to get there, but you know, it's flesh. It'll fit.
Okay, then can I use my last second level spell to teleport the dragon's body there?
Okay, you grab the body again, zrump, teleport it over. You see it disappear and then quickly reappear in the hole. It sort of gets squished up against itself a bit. You see its head kind of shoved and bent awkwardly above its back, its neck crooked. It looks real nasty. But the birds sort of caw up ahead. They look down and sort of beat their wings confusingly and eventually make eyes on it again, and slowly you see they shift their circle about 10 or 20 feet to the hole that you've now placed this dragon in and begin their circle again, but now you can tell they'll have to swoop down into this very, very narrow crevice to get down to it, so you'll be able to fight them off a little better. As the birds continue swirling overhead, those close to the waterfront hear skittering. This specifically, I imagine, for Orpheus, who is up near the water's edge, and Hire, who is running down. You both hear skittering of spiders. You look down the 60 feet and you see those two large daddy long leg type spiders slowly emerging from their hole, and they scoot around the edge of the waterfront looking for their kill. Their blue halo flies light up the waterfront a little bit as they scurry around. Would you like to do anything?
Oh, these have blue halos?
The spiders do, yes, as well as the birds.
Interesting, okay.
You'd think they'd be working for the same team then.
Okay. It really makes you think. I guess, I'll for now send the Lettermore down into the. Okay. Where exactly is this crevice the dragon is now? I was a bit confused by that. Is it back where we first got it from?
The way this crevice looked was a large oval-shaped divot in the rock. At the base of it was this water pool, right, where the dragon was kept. But where you all entered was about 60 feet higher than that on a ledge that circled the entire cavern. As you can imagine, it was sort of like a bowl, so you guys were on a lip of one of the, many lips of the bowl leading way down. This specific lip that you were in had a little offshoot, almost like a little antenna that went off in another direction. Dulam teleported the dragon about 90 feet up to the level you guys are all on, and then teleported another, we'll say 50 or so feet, into the little hole that this antenna made. This is where you all descended to make it down here. Again, imagine a well. I get it now. It's in like a little inlet. It's almost on level with the top of the outcropping, but not quite. Yeah, precisely. You could walk to it right now without having to change height that much.
Yeah, I'll start running towards it, I think.
Safer position. Okay, you start running. Higher, would you like to do anything? Deimos?
How close are these birds?
You look up, they're sort of about 100 feet up. They're circling like buzzards do. They don't seem to be making a move yet. They're just sort of doing their circle around and around and around. So from you, it'll be, let me think, geometry, probably like 180 feet away.
Holy.
They're pretty high up. You can see them, but just barely on the outskirts of your vision. And you imagine they can drop pretty fast down here if they need to, but right now they're just circling. The spiders, however, are much closer. The spiders are within 60 or so feet of you, skidding around on the bottom floor. They don't look as aggressive. They just sort of be looking for the dragon where it used to be in the pool and look confused. But they could turn hostile. You're not sure. They look to have huge fangs on their front, and the way they move really sets you off. It's sort of like stop motion.
I think if we give warning shots, they will just fully become aggressive.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm scared of the spiders. Have you considered that?
Seriously, consider putting the dragon in the bag.
You're yelling now over the hum. Yeah, Dulam, it can't fit. The mouth can't get wider than, you.
That's why I was shopping it.
We would have to send people in after that.
You're having to yell now to get over the hum of the bugs. They seem to just be everywhere.
Anyone have any cone attacks?
I do not have a cone attack because I made my cannon not a fire cannon because I am dumb.
Hire, would you like to do anything?
Yeah, Mr. DM, I'm scared. So I will be casting Magic Missile at a 2nd level at the Spiders.
At the Spiders. Okay, so like 1 to each?
Yeah. I got a 5 plus 2 plus 4 plus 3, which is a 14. But it's 5 and 2 and 4 and 3 distributed to Spider groups.
Okay, tell me how you want to distribute them. There are only 2 spiders, so do you want to just do 7 to 1 and let me think. What was the other one?
Yeah, 7 to both.
Okay. The 2 bolts out toward each spider. You see they're sort of circling randomly, but 2 strike one and it bounces back, sort of skittering back. 2 strike the other, and both of them slowly amble themselves towards you, sticking out their fangs and making an inaudible shriek. You likely imagine its frequencies outside of your hearing range, but you see their little fangs skitter, and it's almost like a dog whistle effect where like you don't exactly feel anything from it, but you can tell they're making noise.
Don't like.
Both of them got hit, though. You see some strange, very liquidy blood pour out of them, almost like water. It's still red all the same, though, and both of them go for the side of the boulders, trying to crawl their way up. Orpheus, you said you had something?
Yes, I expend a 1st level spell slot in the form of pulling some levers on my cannon, which splits down the middle, and lightning begins to crackle between the 2 sides as I have acted flamethrower mode. And I want to begin running, and I do want to shoot this above my head to try to spell flies as I run.
Okay, make a shot above your head.
It's a 15-foot cone. It's AoE.
Perfect, it's a cone. Nice. You lift it above your head and zap! A huge cone of lightning comes out. It's like an arc, like a Jacob's ladder, shoots out in an arc, zapping everything in its path. You see, falling out of the sky, hundreds of these little, thick, pink flies drop. You didn't see them a second before. They were likely invisible or perhaps astral or something, but you heard them and you zap them all and they all seem to fly out of the sky. It's like being rained on by these little fly corpses. For a moment for you, it gets quiet again. The sound is slowly replaced by that loud buzzing once more, but you are like covered in these dead insects.
I thrash around.
Great.
As you guys are fighting these things off and the birds above are circling and the spiders are dancing up the side of the wall,
No.
Malagus runs back toward where the dragon is and shouts, "Oi, Dulam! Listen, can I borrow one of your daggers? I don't want to waste mine on good scales."
Sure thing. This one is magic for now. I'll toss some.
Fuck, really?
magical-
Wait, you should use that one.
I do not use daggers much.
Oh, sure. He holds out his hand to catch it.
Yeah, you should throw it to him.
You want to toss it to him?
Yeah.
All right, Dulam, you toss your blade over. Malagus catches it, sort of fumbles it. It falls. He grabs it off the ground quickly to make it look like he didn't drop it.
Rogue.
That's
Good
my boy.
reflexes.
What like reflexes?
Would you say those were
Cat-ish.
cat-like reflexes? Don't meow. Don't meow.
Those were reflexes like
Sorry,
our
sorry.
cat.
So Orpheus, you run over. Demos, you're sort of looking up at the birds above, and you hear magic missiles shot off behind you as the spiders begin aggroing up the cliffside. A little injured, both of them. And the flies make that maddening drone that's prickling all of your skin and burrowing into your ears. Then all of a sudden, the sound begins to shift. A subtle rhythm emerges in the hum, like the distant grinding of gears.
Well,
At first, it seems sort of incidental, just like a sort of unsettling quirk of the humming. But the sound continues vroom, 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 like they're spinning. You see a spark of blue light shimmering above you all. For a moment, it's like Aurora Borealis, a wave of blue across the entire gorge in the sky above you. It sort of scares you all, and you see above each of you are hundreds of these flies that you didn't see a moment ago. Orpheus, you've got about a cone above you where there aren't really any flies. So to you, it sort of looks like you got a cone hat on that didn't have any flies.
Nice.
But you see blue
Yeah.
light pulse faintly across all their bodies like a giant wave. Flickering. You see now, looking across the gorge here, a ring of glowing blue flies begin circling. They start wide, almost about the same width as the buzzard circle, and then tighten quickly, swirling above the corpse of the large dragon like a living halo. The light they emit pulses faintly, a rhythm, almost like shallow breaths. You see the vultures above sort of scatter a bit, distancing themselves by hundreds of feet quickly, with angry cries. You see the spiral condense into a glowing halo of light. The light buzzes right above the dragon's skull, and the loudness around you all continues louder and louder until it drowns out your very thoughts. Can I get every single one of you guys to make me an intelligence saving throw? Or a face, you don't have to.
Cool. Let's fucking go. Nat fucking 20. Let's fucking go. Get out of my head. Get out of my head.
15.
Got
Oh,
21.
decadent. 21. Oh my god.
Another nat 20.
Oh my god.
God.
Don't ever.
This is a good roll to get a 20 on.
Out of my head.
Get out. Wow, well done, team. Jaya, we're waiting on one from you.
Oh, I said 15.
Oh, 15. Awesome. Decadent.
How's Mally looking?
I don't know. You want to look at Mally?
No.
Malagus actually did also roll well. You see nothing really happening to him.
Huge. Let's go.
He's all well. The glow intensifies, though, a bit. You see the spiders with their little ring. It circles faster and faster. The buzzards above have their little rings that circle faster and faster. And then in front of all of you, the dragon twitches.
What?
Its claws flex, sinking into the slate as if it was butter.
Oh,
A
shit. He's in the
low
water.
guttural hiss, almost like a burp, escapes from its jaw out the side of the skeletal side. Bubbles of black sludge seem to seep out from underneath it from where all that water was pooled up. Its dull, sunken eye on one end slowly lolls forward while its skeletal side on the other. The bones move and clench, the jaw closing. The flies tighten their circle once more, and the head of the giant beast slowly turns sideways. Its movements are all wrong, jerky and unnatural, as if like strings were basically yanking on its limbs. Flesh sort of peels and snaps as it pulls itself across the stone that it's sort of shoved up in. You see great chunks of its scales wrenched off as it tries to slowly pry itself out of this little hole it's stuck in, and the stench intensifies as the rotten smell slowly creeps out toward all of you. Its gaze slowly reaches out through the one little hole in this well, looking out at all of you, specifically Dulam, the closest to it. Its giant head, again, still slack-jawed on one side where no muscles can hold it up, and the buzzing does not stop. And that's where we're going to end the session, you guys. Happy D&D.
Yay! Holy.
So, thank you guys for a good D&D. This seems like a good stopping place. So, we're going to end here. And next session, I'm going to have you guys roll initiative again.
Oh my god. Okay, well, who here wants to know the poll results from last week?
Me.
Actually,
Me. Oh my
God,
many
I'm
weeks
in.
ago, before Christmas. As you will recall, our poll last week was, who is your favorite NPC? We had you all select your top 3. Now, we have a tie for first place. Everyone boo. Boo. Boo.
Woo.
So, Samir and Jackknife tied for first. And second, close second, Malagus and Grimwalk tied for second.
Boom.
And then all tied for third and last was Vinny, Father Luches, and Bagatha. I just hope from the bottom of my heart it wasn't any of you guys who voted for Vinny and Bagatha.
Who voted for Vinny and Bagatha? That's just not right.
Fucked up. Fucked up.
You wouldn't vote for a monkey?
Malagus, am I right? Just kidding.
Hello? I can't believe Malagus didn't win. Fucking Jackknife is up there. Who's voting for
I
Jackknife?
thought Valley would sweep.
No, it's because
No,
Malagus
it's
is
Samir.
hateful.
And women.
Who did you guys vote for?
I'm not sharing my votes. It's a private vote.
Yeah.
What the hell?
Grimhawk, Jackknife.
I don't
And
think I voted because it didn't feel fair. It didn't feel fair for me to vote because I didn't meet the other characters yet.
that's fair.
It didn't feel fair for me to vote either.
Isaac, need my shorts.
What do you mean by that, Isaac?
It just didn't feel fair.
I voted, of course, for Malagus, Samir, and I think Jackknife.
Ah.
See, that's a good spread. I like that spread. I feel like I voted for the same spread.
I wish you didn't. I can tell by the numbers that you didn't.
Hello?
I wish we didn't do top 3 because I feel like Jackknife was a lot of people's 3rd pick, but that brought her to the top.
How dare you?
So,
Okay, this week's poll in 3 months that have already elapsed has Samir completely adopted Tick as his new child.
Had to, right?
Go ahead, click that poll, vote yes.
gotta
or
be
yes.
yes.
No in chat.
gotta
Thank
be
you.
yes.
Has to be
Yes.
yes.
Go ahead
And
and
while
vote
you're
for
at
that
it,
no.
please leave us a rating, leave us a follow, and
Rate us 5
comments.
stars.
Let us know what you think. Rate us 5 stars, or don't rate us at all, honestly. Go ahead and check out the link in our bio. You can send us an email. You can find us on any podcast listener, and you can check out our subreddit, r/runpack.
Please send us an email.
Please send us an email. I have yet to receive an email, you guys. I want just a disgusting one.
Are
We
we
will
accepting
respond.
collabs?
I don't know about collabs. but
Email collabs?
certainly fan fiction. If you can send me email proof that you created us like our own whatever subcategory on AO3, you can guest star on the
Email
podcast.
proof.
Oh.
Yeah, just email proof. And of course, don't forget to listen next Monday. All right.